Good afternoon. We'll call the special no, it's not a special meeting. I'll start all over again. Good afternoon. We will call this regular board meeting for Wednesday, January 8th, 2025 to order at 3:30 p.m. Roll call, please, Ms. Olson.
Director Venkis? Here. Director Carey?
Director Carey is en route and should be arriving.
Director Heatley?
Here.
Director Jorgensen?
Present.
Director Malpacum?
Here.
Director Nelson?
Director Nelson should be joining us soon.
Director Ott? Here.
So we have 5 board members in person, and Director Carey and Nelson will join us as soon as they arrive here. Please join me as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Director Bankus, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Venkis?
Aye.
Director Heatley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted as presented. We do have executive session for roughly 2 hours today. Director Ott, can you please make the motion to move into executive session?
Yes. I move that the Board of Education convenes into executive session to discuss legal advice per CRS 24-6-402 4B, particular matter, employee performance evaluation and discipline processes, and student expulsion process, as well as personnel per CRS 24-6-402 4F, particular matter, employment status of Jerry Wilson, Holmes Middle School teacher, and superintendent mid-year evaluation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Venkis?
Aye.
Director Heatley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The board will move into executive session and reconvene into regular meeting at approximately 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
I mean, who are you supposed to believe anymore? Who are you supposed to trust? Hello. New York Times. Yeah, I think we have a problem. Yeah, we've got a definite problem. Let's see here. Your late city edition says here, page 70, column 3, February 22nd, sunrise is 6:41. Right, well, it's 6:48 right now, and I don't know what's happening down in your neighborhood, lady. But down here, we've got darkness. Well, if you're just the operator, then who's responsible for the sunrise situation over there? City desk? Fine, then let me speak to them.
Nice and warm.
Who's this? Mr. Mallory. Mr. Mallory, I want you to take a look out your window, and I want you to tell me, what do you see? Yeah, that is called darkness, Mr. Mallory. That is called nighttime you've got going on out there. My name? My name is Arthur Corman. I'm a regular subscriber to your publication. Come at great inconvenience to myself to witness the birth of a new day, to come on the BMT in quest of beauty, and getting my ass froze off in total blackness down here. I mean, what the hell are you using for sunrise information over there? I mean, what are you, a bunch of gypsies up there? Oh, of course, sorry. Meanwhile, I'm down here at Coney Island, and you guys are up there in your leather chairs drinking hot coffee and making the news up out of your head. Oh, of course you want to hang up on me now, you know. What difference do I make, right? A sunrise, a sunset, that is responsibility, dude. Hello? Hello, Mr. Mallory? They hung up. I cannot believe that they hung up, those goddamn gypsies. I mean, what is that? That's called darkness. I mean, am I being unreasonable? And what about this? What about local man jumps off a 30-foot building? Yeah, I don't believe that either now. Who are you supposed to trust anymore? Thank you.
Hi again. As you know, my name is Lily Robinson, and I also proudly represent Doherty, Troop 2242. Today I will be doing a monologue written by William Shakespeare. This is Beatrice's monologue, Much Ado About Nothing. Is he not approved in the height of villain, that hath slandered, scorned, dishonored my kinswoman? Would that I were a man. What? Bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then with public accusation, uncovered slander, unmitigated rancor, oh God, that I were a man! I would eat his heart in the marketplace. Talk with a man out at a window, a proper saying. Sweet hero, she is wronged, she is slandered, she is undone. Princes, counties, surely a princely testimony, a goodly Count Comfect, a sweet gallant surely. That I were a man for his sake, or that I had any friend would be a man for my sake. Manhood is melted into curtsies, valor into compliment, and men are only turned into tongue, and trim ones too. He is now as valiant as Hercules, that only tells a lie and swears it. I cannot be a man with wishing. Therefore, I will die a woman with grieving. Thank you.
You have some people coming up.
We can all be loud and mingle now.
It's got a little D11 on it.
Excellent.
We were right down the line, so would you like to do It's relaxing a little bit.
I'm glad for you.
Yes.
Hi.
But it's now back to the
Totally agree. It's good to see you.
I'm trying to get them done in dark chocolate. They say it's better. I think that's the oxymoron. Why not? Yeah, right. Logo candy. Boston. Logo candy.
That was me. That's all she is. You guys did an incredible job. Did we need to Okay. See? Okay. I know. Oh my God. I'm into it. Yes. Oh, thank you. It might be crazy. And I said, great, you guys were incredible. Your voice is too great. That was the best. We're going to have they go. We lived Okay. No, when is it? This is Doherty. Oh, then we got Snitch. Oh. And then we got some more Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the 17th.
Be good. Melissa. Okay, good evening, guys. Good evening. Thank you all for being here. We are reconvening in public session, and there is no need to modify the agenda after executive session. For those of you who did not see the start of the meeting, the agenda was adopted as presented. Appreciate all of you in attendance today, the people who are watching at home too, and we have some folks outside as well. Hope all of you had an enjoyable and relaxing holiday break with your family and loved ones, and now we are ready to go start the second semester. On behalf of all of us, Happy New Year. So before we get into the agenda for tonight, we do have a packed boardroom. We could potentially have several people waiting inside and in the overflow room as well that may want to come here. So we have several students, staff, and school recognitions at the top of the meeting as we proceed through this evening. Some of the audience member may choose to leave after their items have been addressed by the board. That way we can get other people into the boardroom for their agenda items. So there could be some movement in and out of the room, especially in the first several minutes. I appreciate all your patience and understanding as we proceed with a clear expectation of professional decorum and respectful conduct during the course of this board meeting. Anything that disrupts the professional decorum in the boardroom will not be tolerated. Thank you. And I do want to take a minute at the outset to recognize and thank the student performers from Coronado, Doherty, and Mitchell High School. They are here along with their respective teachers. So if you can just stand up, students who performed. Thank you so much. And these are students who participated in the TESCON event, and under the direction of their teachers, Erin Ambrose, Jessica Valencourt, and Lynn Godwin-Wittry. And thank you again. Any of the teachers here today as well? Do you want to come up here and share something about what the students participated in, the event that the students participated? I think we're on the agenda. Oh, okay, perfect.
Before that or now?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
we can wait.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for. I caught the ending of the student performance, and that was really awesome to see our students perform. Thank you. One last item to keep the community informed. Earlier this evening in executive session, the board performed the mid-year evaluation of Superintendent Gall. The feedback will be shared with Superintendent Gall in the near future. With that, moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance, could I have students from Sabin Middle School student Zach Signorine? Okay, come on up. You're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I can sing it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Zach. So this is kind of an awkward item on the board agenda, but January is School Board Appreciation Month. School board members are duly elected public officials, come from every walk of life, and as a body, our priorities are captured on the graphic on that wall, and that is to improve student outcomes, allocate support and resources to our staff, and set the overarching mission and vision for the district. Board members spend a considerable amount of time, not only at board meetings, but also at community activities, visiting schools, and extracurricular events. That is as much as I'm going to say, but we do have President Pro Tem from Colorado Springs City Council, Ms. Lynette Crow Iverson, who's going to be joining us, and welcome, Ms. Iverson, and you are going to have a proclamation to read and share a few words.
Board members. I am Lynette Crow Iverson, President Pro Tem for City Council for Colorado Springs, and I am here on behalf of the City Council for a proclamation of appreciation for the District 11 School Board. As we recognize School Board Appreciation Month, we extend our deepest gratitude to the dedicated members of the District 11 School Board for their steadfast commitment to the students, families, and educators of our community. Your tireless efforts to guide District 11 with integrity, vision, and purpose to ensure that our schools are places of learning, growth, and opportunity. The decisions you make impact not just those present, but the future of countless young lives. Thank you for your leadership in shaping policies that support student achievement, promote innovation, and uphold educational excellence. In a time of rapid change and challenge, your service and devotion stand as a beacon of hope for our city. This month, we honor not only your role as stewards of public education, but also your unwavering dedication to fostering a bright future for every child in District 11. So from the City of Colorado Springs, Colorado Proclamation, the Colorado Springs School District 11 School Board Appreciation Month, January 2025. Whereas school boards create a vision for what students know are unable to do. And whereas school boards establish their clear standards for students' performance and ensure that students' assessments are tied to established standards, and whereas school boards align with school district resources to ensure that students meet the standards, and whereas school boards create a climate that supports a philosophy that all children can learn at high levels, and whereas school boards are committed to continuous education and training on issues related to student achievement, and whereas the board has been providing quality education to the Colorado Springs Schools District 11 children for 150 years. Whereas the City of Colorado Springs and Colorado Springs School District 11 have a collaborative relationship built on trust and teamwork to make the community a better place for all. Now, therefore, Randy Helms, President of the Colorado Springs City Council, do hereby officially proclaim January 8th, 2025 as Colorado Springs School District 11 Board Appreciation Month.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you guys want to come
There we go. They want me. Actually, I do both. I and no. Well, we're not.
So on behalf of the board, thank you, Councilwoman Iverson, for being here in person and to read the proclamation. Appreciate your kind words and thoughts, and please pass along our gratitude to the rest of your colleagues on City Council as well. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, awards and recognitions. Superintendent Gall, I'll turn it over to you.
It's always so exciting when our awards and recognitions line up with our student performances. And so, Erin, thank you for reminding us. You want to go ahead and bring up our first slew of students here?
The Colorado State Thespian Convention. The Colorado State Thespian Convention is a 3-day workshop, competition, presentation, and performance event celebrating the talents of over 5,000 theater students from across Colorado. High school students showcase their best work through workshops with theater professionals and performances evaluated by professional adjudicators receiving valuable feedback. This year, over 75 high school students and 45 middle school students from District 11 traveled to downtown Denver to learn, compete, create, and grow. District 11 theater students and their directors consistently demonstrate professionalism, creativity, hard work, and achievement, earning thousands of dollars in scholarships and scoring well across the board. Seniors pursuing theater can apply and audition prior to the convention, with some receiving formal interviews, second audition requests, or even on-the-spot scholarships during the event. For example, Mitchell High School students had 46 college contacts, securing $169,500 in total scholarships. The highest honor at the convention is a superior rating, which qualifies students for an international thespian event over the summer. Reliant on funding, the group hopes to attend and perform at this pinnacle event, showcasing the education and success of all District 11 students.
And a round of applause. Nothing is more challenging than standing up and playing in a role or being a part of a production. And so first of all, from my own experiences, my own heartfelt thanks for you all coming here and entertaining us to start the show. Where's Miss Kincaid? Is she here as well? Kim? Thank you. Hannah, can you come forward too as well? One of the things we talk a lot about in District 11 is there are 17 school districts in El Paso County. What we want to be is different. And what makes us different is our commitment to the visual and performing arts. And so Ms. Intencio, Hannah here representing Kim Kincaid, and then I'll let Erin and, I forgot your name on the end there, what's your, Lynn, and I'll both give you a chance to speak as well. We invest in the visual and performing arts. Why do we invest in the visual and performing arts? There's always fiscal pressures in school systems. But when kids can do what they do here, in front of you, I promise you they can figure out the difference between the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I promise you that they can figure out A squared plus B squared equals C squared. If you can have the courage to demonstrate the agency in the learning in front of harder for your peers, but then here in front of a board meeting, it's a difference maker for kids. We all know it, we all remember it. I was in the drama club, but where's my tech person here? Was that Zach? Right, or on the back there. I was a techie. I was the lighting director a long time ago, so I know how hard it is behind the scenes. I wanted to be on stage, but I couldn't carry a note if you tied it to my back. So if all your thespians, make sure you practice your choir. Erin, I'm going to hand it for you for a little bit to tell us about this group.
We feel so blessed to be able to present today here because this journey to ThesCon, which was the week before finals in December, actually began in August when the students selected their own pieces and rehearsed those pieces and prepared to compete at the state level. So at ThesCon, as described in our little blurb while they came up and received their awards, 5,000 students converge on downtown Denver and have the opportunity to learn, compete, and perform. And while the students that we're honoring here today are the students that earned superiors and earned scholarships, Colorado Springs School District 11 took 75 high school students to this event, and these are not just those students that are here before you. So not only did they receive superior awards at this event, but they also received superior training. They met with superior judges. They had a superior peak experience in which they were able to practice student agency. They were able to speak in front of people, learn something new, make superior friendships, and have a superior experience. Because the performing arts are about so much more than just what you saw in front of you tonight, than just those kids who are able to stand in front of you perform, but it's also about learning about the world through different lenses, through stepping into different shoes, through learning different skills and activities, through competing in Tech Olympics, where our students had to learn to tie knots and do rigging that we're not even capable of doing in District 11 based on our facilities. They learned how to do color matching with LED lights that we do not even have in our school at Coronado. So these students were learning and practicing new skills while on a timer. At the same time, the students who qualified for Superior have the opportunity to compete at the international thespian level, which is, I think Jake's going to talk about that for us. Yes? Okay, his eyebrows said no, but I know it's a yes. So there's a lot of opportunities that these students get, and we are blessed that D11 does support us in this endeavor, and that it's so much more than one event, and it's so much more than the students you see here, but all of those who are up there and competing and stretching themselves for that event. So we think that ThesCon is an excellent event, but it is one day where these students are practicing these skills and learning and growing and becoming better people and better performers each and every day through the classes they take that prepare them for these events. Lynn, I forget our order. Jessica. Let me introduce you to Jessica Valancourt from Doherty.
No, Jessica is in Doherty.
Oh.
That Jessica.
There's another Jessica? Leah. Oh, I'm like, I don't know another. Leah from.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica. Or Courtney, or, many nicknames that I've been given. Hi. My name is Adelia, and I go to Doherty. I have had the opportunity to go to ThesCon, not only this year, but for the past 2 years as well. ThesCon has been a ThesCon has been such an amazing opportunity, not only for me, but for all of the students in D11. It's an opportunity for me to go and connect with other thespians from around Colorado, and also I get to learn from workshops and, most importantly, scholarships. At ThesCon, I was awarded 2 scholarships, one a full tuition scholarship to Sheridan Community College in Wyoming, and another $7,000 scholarship per year for the 4 years at Rowan University in New Jersey. I would never imagine being able to have that money to go to these colleges. I was worried about college and how I was going to afford it, and because I got the opportunity to go to ThesCon and audition, now I have more options, and I've opened more doorways for myself, and I'm super excited, and I want to thank the board for the opportunity to go to ThesCon. Thank you.
I just have to tag on. One of the things we worry about as teachers is our students' future. I had to put myself through school. I had to figure out, as the first-time kiddo in our family, how I was going to go to school, what that all looked like. And so for us, knowing that the district is investing in our students, investing in this trip, giving these kids the opportunity to do all of the face-to-faces and audition and have all of these colleges across the country converge in Denver and see our students without having to just send their college application and pay that fee just to have paper or a digital edition looked at, and they can talk to our kids and see our kids and hear our kids and know how amazing our D11 kids are, and then they can have their futures covered and not have to have their college degree on the wall and go, cool, that's a receipt, and now I have to cut those checks every month. Nothing makes my heart sing more than going, Leah, your first 2 years of college are completely covered. And what was that school you wanted to go to in Oklahoma?
Oklahoma City University.
Hey, guess what? You can now transfer there and know your first 2 years done, covered, and now you can go apply for scholarships there to cover those last 2 years because you excelled at ThesCon and you're handled. I can't ask for more for our students, and I am so beyond humbled and elated that our district, our board, saw the potential in our students and invested in them like we do every day in our classroom.
Okay, now you can pass it.
Hi guys, I'm Jacob Myler, and unlike the rest of them, I am a tech kid, so I do not have a script, I don't know what I'm saying, so I have it jot down. So if I look at my hand, that is why. As I said, my name is Jacob Myler. I am one of the 5 superior rating students in D11. This is my second year getting superior at ThesCon. Last year, I was awarded the Critics' Choice Award for lighting design, meaning that I was the #1 lighting designer in the state of Colorado. Thank you, thank you. In the last 2 years, I've really been able to use the skills I've learned at ThesCon, not only to better my work in theater at my own school, but also to be able to help schools such as Doherty and help do dance recitals at Wasson. This has made it very easy for schools to just call me up and say, hey, can you fix this problem we have? And I don't know what I'm doing, so please fix it. So, superior ratings are the highest rating you can get at ThesCon. Superior ratings qualify you to go to ThesCon at international level. My apologies. Last year, they did not give any paper awards to say that you made it. They just said, congrats, good job. This year was very different. This year, they awarded us with the golden ticket. This was our handmade invitation to come compete at nationals. Last year, we had 7 people who were qualified to go to nationals, 7 people who made superior. Unfortunately, we were unable to go to nationals due to some fundraising problems where we didn't get an answer on how we were going to get the money to go to ThesCon because it's not here. we weren't able to go. We only had about 6 weeks to make a turnaround to raise enough money for us to go and compete. And so unfortunately, a couple of those students aren't going to be able to even think about going to nationals as they've graduated now. On the behalf of the 5 superiors in D11, I would like to ask that we get some compensation and some assistance to try. You hear that? We get it. We're all going to nationals. Well, thank you, Mr. Gall. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, and we're done. Well, I feel like I should talk about nationals now that we're all going to it, so. Yep. So, going to nationals has some major differences than going to ThesCon in Denver. Going to nationals gives you the opportunity to go and talk to professionals from around the world rather than just around the nation. This gives you opportunities to learn skills that you can't learn in any other circumstance. Things like professional acting from actors from Broadway, or professional lighting design and sound designers who work on concerts for people like Kanye, Kendrick, people who get paid the big bucks to go do this professionally. On top of that, you also get to build skills with other people. It allows you to compete against your peers for competitions that you never get to do in a normal person's life. I'm not saying that we're not normal, but we're kind of cool, I gotta say. But I would like to thank Mr. Gall for obviously saying that we're all going, apparently. And I would glad that the board is considering our opportunities. Who has the next?
We're wrapping? Okay. So we know that it's difficult to assess something that is very subjective, but we appreciate the opportunity to allow our students to grow in so many ways, from life skills to their sense of self. And it was a phenomenal opportunity, and we thank you.
Hey, you win word bingo, by the way. You got all the right words.
I can tell.
Okay, we're going to go from one thespian opportunity to another. Can I get Ryan Reed to come forward, talk a little bit? For those of you who don't know, you'll see the word unified, and you heard me talk about it last month because we were just getting ready to have the events right before the holiday break. The district, about a year and a half ago, committed to being a full-time partner with Colorado Springs Special Olympics on unified athletics. And Chris Knoll isn't here tonight, and so he gets a lot of the credit for really bringing that to the table. But what we saw was there was so much, what I just call positive, inclusive energy around the unified initiative that Ryan, all by himself while working at Doherty High School, decided that he would start a mini unified visual and performing arts opportunity. And I think he did Big Hero 6 that first year. It was the one that I remember. Yeah, and what we were so excited about when we saw that was, why aren't we doing that at all of our schools, and why aren't we doing that more expansively? And so now Ryan's taken on a larger role for the entirety of the district, and he's going to tell us all about Unified Theater.
Yeah, so hello, my name is Ryan Reed. I'm the Unified High School Theater teacher for the district. We actually, for 8 years prior to this, I was teaching all the theater classes at Doherty High School, and one of the ones that was taught before I even got there was the version of the unified theater that we have now. As Mr. Gall said, I think it should be everywhere because it's wonderful, and we'll get into the benefits in a minute. What we do is we take a story that each one of the students says, I like this story, and we talk about those different stories, and then we break it down to the top 5. We vote on our top 5. And then I take those top 5 home and I think about the students in the class and the characters in the story and how we can match them up the best way based on their skills and their abilities and their interests. And then we adapt the script and order to like a 20-minute ish script based on their abilities and strengths and interests. And then we cast or audition and cast and then rehearse that for most of the semester, along with some dance parties. And then we invite the rest of the school and the students' families to come enjoy the performance. The benefits for this are up there, but if you, I imagine you can see them. The inclusion that happens when, I mean, the growth that happens in the students day by day is my favorite thing to watch. Yeah, there you are, right there. We're right next to each other. The magic that happens on the day of the show, where the rest of the students show up and the families show up, and we're able to celebrate students who oftentimes don't get that spotlight shown on them, is a really beautiful thing to witness. And I could talk your ear off. We will have some question and answer at the end if you have any questions, but I'm going to bring up some people to talk about their experiences in Unified Theater. The first is Troy and his mom and dad, Mike and Carol. Troy has been in Unified Theater at Doherty for the past 4 years and is excited about his experiences, I think. He's here to talk to you about it.
Hi, my name is Troy, and I'm a senior at Doherty High School. I think Unified Theater is a great class for me. It helps me learn, it helps me stay calm, and I've been confident. I love how great I feel. I have a good time. It's my favorite class. Mr. Jack.
You don't have to talk about Mr. Jack now. Okay, let Mom talk. Let Mom's gonna talk.
Good job, buddy.
Troy, what role did you play during Mowgli's play?
Jimmy!
Hi, I'm Colleen Gallardi, Troy's mom, and I just wanted to say for the past 4 years, Troy has done this Unified Theater class, and it has changed him in so many ways. His confidence, his retell from his school day, that's something that we had never had before him starting high school, and it's the only class he talks about. So to actually hear about something that Troy's doing during the day has been amazing. He comes home and performs for his father and I. The way he emotes himself is so much different. His confidence has just grown and blossomed, and we can't thank Mr. Reed enough for it. Thank you.
And Ella and her mom Kathy are next, and Ella is a junior at Coronado and just finished up playing Queen Sarabi in The Lion King.
This is Ella's first time. I'm sorry. Yeah. This is Ella's first time participating in Unified Theater, and when she first found out that she was signed up for drama without requesting it, she was not excited about it at all. She had very definite opinions, but by the time parent-teacher conferences came around, that's all she could talk about. She loved drama, and it awakened this gift in her that I didn't know that she had, because a lot of Ella and her friends, I don't think they're always aware of the opportunities that they have or have the chance to access those opportunities. And so Unified Theater has just really presented an opportunity for these students to discover what they like and what they're passionate about and what they're good at. I was asking Ella about the play, and she proceeded to quote every single line and act out every single part of the entire play. So she's good at it. And it was one of the cool things also, we went to go see the play, and I found out that she's on the drum line at Coronado in the pep band. And I found out during the play when they were introducing everybody that one of her friends on the drum line walked by when they were rehearsing, wanted to know what was going on, and decided she was going to get in on that and help with the lighting at the play. And I'm telling you, like, I have not been so excited to see something be performed in my whole entire life as I have this play. And I was asking Ella when we were talking about speaking tonight, what is it that you wanted them to know about drama? Do you remember what it is that you wanted to tell them? What is it that you wanted to tell them about drama with your friends? That it's easier to try.
Something is new, and it's a little bit harder to, something is new, but it's a little bit harder to try something new, but you should. And try with your friends.
She said it's easier to try new things with your friends. And so we are so grateful to Mr. Reed because he has brought so much joy to our family and our friends and family that saw the play, that taped the whole thing and loved it. So.
We've got, oops, I did that wrong. We've got, can I do this on here? Okay, cool. We've got one of the things.
In the audience.
Oh, that's right. I've got two things, but I'm going to skip the reel. I'll email it to you. I think you can imagine, or I'll invite you to come see the shows next semester when we have them. But I did ask the students, all of the students, I would love for you to hear from all of them, so I put together all of their answers to these two questions in a 2-minute video. One is, one of them, we might miss both videos. One of the questions was, why do you like Unified Theater? And the other one was, how does it help you? And some of their answers, I'll just go ahead and tell you. The biggest two were, it helps me with my confidence and it helps me with my speech. And the answer that I quoted on here was, you are invited and allowed. One of the students said that, is that he felt like this is a place where he's invited and he's allowed, and so is everyone. And I think that that's a beautiful thing that we're doing in our district, and I thank you for the opportunity to do that. I'm excited to see this continue and grow and evolve into not just these 4 schools, but hopefully beyond. Thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions?
Questions from the board? Director Art.
Cool. We haven't officially decided yet. I'll email you, because we should know by the end of this weekend. I don't want to say right now. But I will email you these 2 videos and the answer to that question, Julie. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Hang on a minute. Director Jurgensen.
I just want to appreciate you and what you do at Doherty, and just give you an extra kudos for that, because you can clearly tell how much your students love you and that you care for them above and beyond what your typical role is. And so I just wanted to appreciate you in public and say thanks for going above and beyond.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun.
Well said.
Before you go, because they're all not here, but the number of paraeducators and special educators that are behind the scenes to help facilitate not just the show, but what we do for all of our students in our schools is worth noting. And just when you go to one of the shows, you'll see, first of all, Ryan is the maestro, and he's got every line memorized, and he gets the microphone right to the kid and whispers if they forget the chance for their line. But there's an entire team of other adults that are up there supporting. And probably the warmest part of the entire event is at the end of the event, as many of our children have many other distractions or things that they want to do, Ryan always invites people up on stage to talk to the staff members. And it's the student body that floods the stage. I couldn't even get up the stage at Doherty because the peer group wants to be a part of their peer group. And that is actually what Unified is designed to do. And so, boy, you all are hitting a home run on it. And just keep teaching us more and keep asking for more. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Moving on. Back to you, Superintendent Gall, for your superintendent's report.
Great. Superintendent's report. We'll start with our teacher shout out. So if I could have Troy and Ella come on up here as we practice. And if your teachers are here, coming up here. Troy, you're first. You gotta stand up, Mr. Ward.
So I think Mr. Jack is my favorite teacher in my high school. He's a really good friend to me. He helps me when I need it, and he's a good friend, a good teacher, and a good coach. Thank you, Mr. Jack, for your support. I'm going to miss you when I'm done with Doherty High School.
He was not able to make it.
Okay.
No.
Is anybody from Coronado here?
No.
Come on and represent forward.
Oh, look who it is, Ella. Ella.
I like Mr. Peterson. He teaches English but I really like him. I like to learn more.
He makes learning fun?
Yes.
And do you see your principals right here? You want to say hi? Say hi, Miss Arnell. Keeping with good news and great things to share, I want to thank all the folks that were behind the teacher supply drive that we held on Friday. We had an odd schedule this year, so Friday was a work day for teachers. We thought the best way to incentivize people coming back was, why not give away some free supplies? This is kind of a follow-on of what we started the year with. At New Teacher Orientation, for all our new teacher hires, we did a much similar event and thought, what is it that teachers need to feel that they've got the resources they need to be in order to be successful? We had over 500 teachers show up. We gave away $60,000 worth of supplies. I want to thank the sponsors up front. You can see Raising Cane and Horace Mann, one of the insurance providers, as well as D11 Foundation. And then we took some money left over from, you can see, from academics, pre-K, and special ed to be able to do it. This is such a success. We're gonna make this twice a year. We'll start the year off with a supply event, and we'll do a mid-year supply event again. There's never enough money in the classroom. Everything that we can do to push the money and resources to our teachers to be able to help support our students is our goal. Really huge thanks to our staff. Dr. Carol Fry, this was all her idea. And so, you know, anytime you move a principal up on the central office staff, you'll find out everything that a school needs. And we're certainly hearing that from Dr. Fry. So appreciation to all that participated. Secondly, we have an announcement here that D11 and Colorado Springs City Government are going to have a cohort relationship. And if I could get my two speakers to come forward, Melissa and Robin to come forward. Reintroduce yourself, Robin.
Good evening. My name is Robin Lovewell. I am the Workforce Administrator for the City of Colorado Springs in the Office of Economic Development. This is a new role with the city. I started in May. I've been in workforce development for a number of years, but made the transition over to the city. And after I started in this role, Melissa approached me and said, how can we partner together? And workforce development is key in making sure that we have a workforce ready for the jobs that students will be going into, or people transitioning out of the military, or whoever is looking for that new role. And so we brainstormed on how we could work together to come up with opportunities for students in D11. And the partnership is great. We're looking for access and insights into city government for the students, not only at Palmer High School where this cohort will be, but I think all of D11, all D11 students have an opportunity to come. So it starts next Tuesday. And it will be a 10-week course where different city leaders will be coming to teach the students on what they do in their particular roles, what their departments do, just talk through city problems and get them to learn a little bit about civics. So we're super excited about this opportunity for the students. Sarah Osborne, who is an AP Gov teacher at Palmer High School, is working closely with Melissa on the D11 side on getting this up and going. And then I'm working on the city side to make sure that those city directors come and are knowledgeable on, obviously they're knowledgeable, but know what they're going to present on and making sure that they're ready to do that. So there are 20 students signed up for this first cohort as of yesterday, but since we have another week, I'm guessing there will be some more students who sign up, so I'm super excited about that. And then this is just a great opportunity for Palmer High School and D11 in general to help the city create a talent pipeline for the future. So not only are they helping the city employees, helping the students learn about city government, but hopefully this will pique their interest. And there are a lot of job openings within the city government, some that they could do straight out of high school, some that they could do once they get a 2-year or a 4-year degree. And so offering students information on what it's like to work for the city and the opportunities they have, I think, is great. Hopefully, after this first cohort, we can scale it and continue doing it. So we're excited about this opportunity, and I'm really excited to work with Melissa and Sarah on this program.
Melissa, you want to talk a little bit about how it fits into the larger apprenticeship, internship, peak
Yes.
experience?
So Melissa Smith, I'm the work-based learning coordinator, and many times I will go out and talk to business or industry, and they're kind of hesitant on taking high school students because, as you guys know, we have post-secondary options in our city, and so they tend to lean more towards college students and adults. But once they have a glimpse of what our students have to offer, and they have exposure, they come back and they want to engage with our students. And so this is the first step to engage with the city to say, you know, we as D11 have wonderful students who are ready to engage and increase your workforce. And so this is my way of kind of sticking myself in to have our students have exposure to individuals who are professionals, and just like what Robin said, hopefully have opportunities for them to have future internships and also apprenticeships. And so this cohort, even though it is 20 and growing, I think that the students that we have that have signed up are wanting to learn more about city government and civics. And so just a shout out to the city of what departments are being represented. It's the city strategy department, economic development, finance, the Colorado Springs Fire Department, the mayor's office, Colorado Springs Police Department, Parks and Rec, and Public Works. And so I feel like we have a vast variety of professionals that are going to come in and talk to our students and engage with our students differently than them learning from a teacher. Not only is this opportunity at Palmer in a classroom setting, but also having field trips available for students to participate in. And obviously, my end goal is to have the city be able to come back and say, I remember when I was talking to that student, and we would like to engage with them on an internship or an apprenticeship level. So this is just, again, my way of kind of sneaking myself in there and getting more opportunities for our students.
And just a big thanks to Melissa and all the other folks behind it. This really just came up about 8 to 12 weeks ago.
Yep.
The picture there is from when our fine mayor was delivering one of his public addresses that he does, and he chose to do it that day at Palmer. And we literally just had a side conversation that said, what makes District 11 different is we are downtown. We are the city school system. I said, how do our kids get access to our city government? He said, have my people talk to your people, and here's our 2 people, and now there's 20 kids that are a part of the city government. So
Yep.
there we another mic drop. It's mic drop night.
Yep.
So
Yep.
thank you, Melissa.
Thank you so much.
Nathan, you want to come up? I was just here to share, we have a work session tomorrow or next week for the board, talk a little bit about our Colorado Springs School of Technology. But Nathan, you want to talk a little bit about our information nights coming up and who we're looking to target and what's our message?
Sure, yeah, and thanks for the opportunity, and nice to meet some of you. Really excited about the opportunity. We're kind of framing CSST, powered by D11, by the way. That's kind of the tag we're using, but we're really framing it kind of a School of Minds type environment for high school students. So if you think of the kind of student that might want to seek out School of Minds later on as a college option, we're going to try to cohort those students while they're in high school and give them an immersive experience with industry and higher ed partners. One unique thing, as you're aware, is CSST is really this idea of an ecosystem with K-12, higher ed, and industry all working together to kind of create a pipeline of workforce for high demand careers, including cyber, aerospace, and entrepreneurialism. So that's kind of the idea behind it. The information nights, we only had the 13th and 23rd scheduled, but I think the 13th is almost sold out. The room can only hold about 100 people, and so we went ahead and added the 5th. I would imagine we are maybe going to end up adding some more nights later on, but very excited to get the message out. A quick shout out to the communications team who's helped out with some social media and getting the word out. but really just trying to let folks know that we're up and going and ultimately going to be enrolling students in the fall, and very excited for your support. Thank you.
We wanted to share that because the 13th is before you all get an update, so please come join us as board members and community members. And Nathan, do we have was it on the website to get to? Great, thank you. I wanted to continue with our monthly updates on our ABCs. This is an attendance slide. We did some cold call polling of students the couple of weeks in December before the holiday break. I've redacted the school names because I don't want to make this about schools, because I want to show that we still have some challenges for tardiness at the secondary level. Overall, you can see that we're at a 12% tardiness. And you can see the dates that were selected across the schools. The numbers are fairly consistent. You know, obviously, if you take out your outliers of your low one at 6, but you do have 2 times you have school A at nearly 18% of the students showing up as tardy. There's a lot to unpack here, but you can see when we gave the students, and these are non-attributional ways that we ask the students to try and get information that we can act upon. The 2 highlighted areas there, traffic or personal transportation delays represent 62% of question 1 on why did you arrive late today. Those are all within our own control. And so we need to be working on our value proposition with our students of how to be able to set appropriate personal controls for them to be able to get to school on time. Although I know that if you live in Colorado Springs, it feels like the traffic's bad, particularly for any of our students who graduate and leave Colorado Springs, our traffic is not bad. As the general once said, if you're not 10 minutes early, you're late. So we need to be able to work on that. And then secondly, to the second question, considering your arrival time today, do you feel that being late has an impact on, and almost half of the students that answered said that they experienced no noticeable impact on being late. So again, just from a graduation profile perspective, that's the wrong skill that we are transferring to our students. And so we're working a series of SOPs that are both a carrot and stick for our schools to be able to implement, to be able to drive ourselves back to a place that when the bell rings, and there's a reason why the bell rings. I would love to be able to have the more advanced conversations of the challenges that we have for some of the smaller slivers, but right now you can see that over half of our kids are late for things that are within our control, and of those, half of them don't think that it really matters that they're late. So that's work for us, and we'll be reporting back to the board in February with the actions that we're going to take to continue to correct that. I want to transfer to a more positive note on one of our students that even if he is late, he can run the extra last 5K in record time to be able to get there. Boston, you want to come up forward to the podium a little bit? I'll let you all read about it, but Boston's one of our students that we're using as a student spotlight to highlight where our graduation profile is working. And so you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of those graduate profile skills, an empowered citizen, a healthy and balanced learner, and an empathetic collaborator. So Boston, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you feel you're living that graduate profile?
Yeah, so this summer I recently went to Spain in June to compete for the U18, under 18 mountain team for Team USA. It was 4 boys and 4 girls that were selected to compete, and I was lucky enough and had early enough hard work skills to earn that, as shown, to earn that spot on the team. And it really helped show me what it means to hop on new teams and learn new characteristics about other parts of the world and how they live. And really it was a new opportunity for me to express my skills in both athletics and academics on how to treat the circumstances that were given to me. But it was a really great opportunity, and I got to showcase my skills along with my new friends I made along the way. And it was a great time for me to be there in Spain.
What's the one thing you wish we could get you more of as a student at Coronado? What can we do to help?
I would say, I don't think I have any. I think Coronado has done a great job both teachers and bringing on new coaches and stuff that have helped me to get to that point in my
Awesome.
career.
Did you ever have Miss Hafley as a teacher?
I did not.
Yeah.
I'm bummed I didn't have you in class. You would have been a sophomore my last year at Coronado. And I was a Cougar for 27 years. This is a long time, longer than you've been alive, my friend.
Yeah.
And you know, as parents, we always say, we love all our kids the same, right? We don't have favorites. We love them all the same. I love the kids in District 11, but I'm particularly fond of Coronado kids. So when I see you standing up here representing the Cougars, man, rock on, brother, because that's just awesome. Good for you.
Go Cougars.
Yeah, go Cougars. That's right.
Any other board members for questions for our graduate profile of the month?
Congrats. Lauren.
I'm just
Right,
curious,
Donald.
were you at a lower elevation in Spain? So were you faster?
I was, yes. Spain was at about 1,000 feet
Yeah,
elevation.
So you had the advantage of already coming from
I
Colorado
did, yes.
Springs. Nice.
Yes.
Good job. Thanks for coming tonight to share.
Oh yeah, I could definitely breathe.
Mom or Dad, anything you want to add to Boston's experience?
How did you do in the race?
So I got 4th overall. There was a total of 64 individuals. I think 16 countries were there around the world, and then Team USA ended up winning as a team too, which was a great first.
What are your collegiate aspirations or post high school?
My goal is to go to a strong D1 school in cross country and track, and then from there take my skills even further to the professional level.
Awesome. Great.
Go ahead.
So running, how did you get involved in that?
Yes.
Where
so-
did the interest come from?
Yeah, so I've been running since elementary school, and just throughout elementary school and middle school, I did a whole bunch of sports, like all the sports I can think of, and it just slowly got narrowed down to running, and now it's all I focus on, all I think about.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And that concludes the superintendent's report for this evening.
Good job, bud.
Thank you, Boston. Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, Superintendent Gall, you are going to talk to the board or give a brief update to the board about the employee handbook development.
Yeah, we have a special report this evening for an update for the board after last month's actions and direction for us to get going on an employee handbook. So we're going to give an update here. I have Dr. Comfort, I have Chief Ottmer, and I have Executive Director Harris to please come forward.
Good evening, board. We're excited to be here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to provide this update on the employment engagement, on the employee engagement group. We will be giving you an overview tonight, and then next week during the work session, we want to engage with you on the vision of this. So tonight's goal is just to have an overarching overview of where we're headed, and then we'll dig into the work together more next week.
Good evening, board. It's great to be here tonight, and I'm really excited to talk about this next journey that we have with our employee handbook, because it actually encompasses more than just our employee handbook, but it actually encompasses employee engagement and getting together a work group to focus on areas that engage our employees and keep them connected to our mission. And so our employee engagement group composition will be made up of all 3 employee groups, our exec pros, our teachers, and our ESP group. We're going to make sure that we've got representatives from each of our areas in the district, and CSEA will also have a seat at the table for our employee engagement group as well, so we're really excited about that. We will be kicking off an application process beginning on Monday, and it'll run for a full 2 weeks. the application will review the attendance commitment and some of the different topics that we will be getting feedback on as we build out our systems and processes around employee engagement. Our initial focus, of course, is going to be the development of the D11 Employee Handbook. I am personally very excited about this because when I came on board in the spring and saw we had multiple handbooks and multiple versions of some of the same policies, it was my mission to work with our Exec Pro group and our ESP group to combine some of those pieces into our employee handbook. And so we've already kicked off a lot of that work this year, and so I'm really excited to expand that work with our teacher group. I think it's going to be really great to have their input in our policies and practices. Our first meeting will then be on Tuesday, January 28th. So some of the commitments, it'll just be a monthly, not just, this is a big commitment, a monthly 2-hour commitment where we will be gathering input from them on input and feedback on a particular topic. And they will be able to apply through a Google form that will be sent out again on this coming Monday. Some of the handbook sections that we will be discussing in our first meeting together is looking to figure out what exactly in our handbooks is most needed in regards to district-wide expectations, procedures, comps and benefits, leaves, and employee classifications. One of the most important pieces is we have done a lot of research as a talent management team on area districts and employee handbooks and really dug deep into what exactly makes our employees' experience better when they're coming into a district, and having the knowledge of what their working conditions, their compensation and benefits, et cetera, look like, is proven to be something that keeps employees engaged in the work. And so really excited again to bring this work full circle with our employee engagement group.
So as Ms. Harris spoke to, initially we need to get the handbook developed, but this group is much more than that. It's employee engagement that will continue to meet each month. So next to the number 1 there, you see the initial buckets of work that we'll engage with, and then over time we will bring in those buckets also that you see in numbers 2 and number 3 to ensure we're looking at data that's collected throughout the system and also looking at opportunities to develop awards and recognitions and have more engagement with that group throughout time. And then the next steps that are coming forward, I told you already, next week at the work session, we will engage with the board to make sure that we're setting the vision for that group so that the agendas that we set in the meeting are meeting aligned to board's expectations. We'll also go to the District Accountability Committee, the DAC, with this topic on the agenda to update them on the progress that we're making here. And then we will have that communication going out to all employees on Monday, January 13th. That'll include some of the details on the slide Ms. Harris spoke to that will be alongside the application so people understand the time commitment, the date commitment, and they can make sure they can be there to attend so that we have representation across the district. And that's the update we have for you tonight. We can take some questions tonight, but again, we'll be ready to talk about this with you again next week as well.
Thank you. Appreciate all the work that you guys put in presenting this. We are being proactive. This is the first board meeting since that December 11th special meeting. And there is a lot of questions, concerns, and misinformation out there too. So we are being as proactive as possible to let the community know what the next steps are going to be, and also that this employee handbook is going to be a collaborative process with everybody coming in and participating. One question from me would be that you listed that monthly time commitment for this first time frame out here in the spring. Is it reasonable to expect, since this is being put together, that time commitment would be a little bit more, maybe two meetings a month, or do you think you guys can wrap it up with one meeting commitment?
Yeah, thank you for the question, President Malpacum. I think we feel comfortable with the schedule as it is. I think it will depend on the board next week and the parameters that you set. Those guardrails with how narrow or how wide they are will obviously have an impact on the time commitment. After that, we will absolutely adjust if needed, or even if we're in the process and we find that more time is needed on items, we have no issue with adding meetings or extending meetings to make sure that we accomplish the goal.
Okay. Director Jorgensen.
So you mentioned the briefing next week, which is great. I'm wondering if there's anything you want to have us come with prepared to have an effective conversation next week, if there's something you can communicate now or via email for us to be thinking about to help guide that discussion and make it productive.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. We'll send an email and follow up, but we do anticipate that that'll be more of a facilitated, engaging conversation rather than a presentation. So we just ask you prepared to engage in that so that we can set the vision. Alongside this work too, we know the board has already committed to and has attended PTA meetings and other things at schools, and also looking at town halls or listening sessions. And so while we're engaging with the employee engagement group, we also know that that work's going to be taking place in listening sessions for the board as well.
Yeah, and I can engage with the board on that right now after we finish these line of questions up here. Are you good, Director Jorgensen? Director Carey.
I just have two quick questions. The first one is, so you mentioned that the intention is for this group to kind of meet for a prolonged period of time, and you're going to utilize this for engagement in the future. Do you have a plan for how long a committee member is going to commit for, or is that something that you're still considering?
I do, thank you for the question, Director Carey. I do think it's something we're still considering. Obviously, we're most interested in the remainder of the school year. We do have a variety of committees or working groups across the district, and we do see value in continued attendance, and we see value in new faces each year. And so I think we can work on that as a working group in terms of what year-to-year attendance and makeup of the group would be.
Second quick question, what's the mechanism by which the progress of the group will be reported either to the board or to the public?
I don't think we have that defined yet, but we are happy to take the board's will on that and bring back monthly or quarterly reports or whatever's necessary.
Thank you.
And whatever we bring forward to the board in the same way we did tonight, even if they're included in the superintendent's report, we'll make sure those are always posted in accordance with the way we have our other transparency requirements.
A topic of conversation for the board next week, and if the board is interested, the board can not participate in it, but at least attend those meetings, and if that is just to listen to the discussions that are taking place out there.
I believe we appreciate any time board is able to join some of our working group or committee work.
Okay. Director Ott.
Thank you. Given that it sounds like it's coming together essentially as an advisory committee, and in the past, I believe, even as part of handbooks and policy, the representatives of the various employee groups have had some say in appointing the members of the committee. So I'm curious, have there been proactive conversations with the representatives of the employee groups and what role they might have in helping decide who will serve on the committees?
We haven't had conversations yet about the employee group makeup. We are very interested in ensuring that that's a diverse group that represents all working groups as well as all areas of the district. I think we are absolutely able and willing to have ongoing conversations about what that makeup will look like. Right now, we're interested in getting as much interest submitted through the Google form as possible, and then we want to make sure that representation is, again, diverse across the district.
I imagine you could do that, though, with the representatives' input. And I guess part of it is the current handbooks, in my way of thinking, would help define how we're putting together even this handbook. Maybe not in 6 months, and the next handbook after that, but in theory, we have established policy and processes for this. So, just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely, Director Ott. And in fact, I would take it back to Director Jorgensen's question earlier. The board has already been very clear about some expectations for things that will continue. And so we're working under the assumption that those will continue. I think what we're most interested in hearing from the board is any other parameters that they would like to add on to that. And to your point, as Ms. Harris stated when she was working on bringing Exec Pro and ESP handbooks together, a lot of that work is already done. Sometimes it's a little adjusting of language, but we're very interested in continuity of a variety of those documents and not recreating it from scratch.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess that kind of feeds into my next question. Then and you don't have to answer tonight, but maybe for next week we could have some idea what this will also mean for the meet and confer process, because I don't think as a board have talked about that. And some of those decisions of adjusting each handbook would come from each group and their representatives within the groups. The other question I would have that might be up to the board and the superintendent are what we had talked about, like replacing the master agreement. There would be town halls. We might be there, you might be there, and I'm curious if we have any preliminary dates for those. And that could be something we talk about next week too. I just want to know when we might have future town halls.
Yeah.
If that's
And I can answer that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll come to that in the end after Director Nelson's question. Director Nelson.
Will you be bringing next week a sort of recommendation as to what we're looking for as far as the participants on the group? Like, you're applying for a job, these are the expectations, or we want this level of education, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking about that sort of like a job description requirement. Does that make sense? Like more than just diversity across employee groups or areas of town, but also we want you to show us that you've been engaged in helping build up your school community or that sort of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are absolutely willing to take board's direction on additional requirements. Obviously, part of the application process will get at some of their desire to want to serve on the committee and what that is, so that will be a part of it clearly. But if the board would request additional characteristics or expectations that we review or that are reviewed as we're assigning the committee members, we're absolutely willing to do that.
I'm just thinking how to sort of filter through applications and how we would be able to determine which candidates. I think I'm expecting we're going to get a lot of applications, so it would be maybe helpful to have sort of a filtering mechanism.
We'll be prepared to talk about that next week. We wanted to get the information out as soon as we could, and then we'll see what that demand signal looks like.
Sounds good.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I do want to reiterate, I think what Director Harris mentioned, that CSEA will be invited and they will be present at the table, including, I'm assuming, all the ESP and Exec Pro respective leadership as well. And then going on with the rest of the committee composition. Director Ott mentioned about the town hall meetings or community conversations, that listening sessions, whatever it is that the board will have over the next several weeks. And I do have a proposal in mind after talking to Ms. Ottmer and Superintendent Gall on this. And this is just up for the board to consider. We don't need to decide at this point in time. You can come next week and put your thoughts in place. We do have a tentative set of dates that have been set aside, and considering that there are so many different committee meetings and everything else going on in the district, we just wanted to make sure that there was no conflict on some of those dates, and that's how those dates were identified. Right now, the plan is to have one of those community conversation meetings in each quadrant of the town. So there would be 4, probably at the 4 respective high schools. And the idea was that with everything on the board members' agenda, it's not necessary for all 7 board members to be present at all 4 of those community conversation meetings. 2 board members could be selected to represent that quadrant. Other board members, if time allows, can also attend those meetings. It'll be more an informal meeting as opposed to sitting behind a board like what we have done previously in a town hall meeting. And it'll be a community conversation, listening session where the people in the audience can provide input, feedback, all of which will be captured and will be given to that employee engagement group to consider as they propose the employee handbook. So roughly about 75 minutes or so for each one of those evening community conversations. 2 board members at each one of them, primary responsibility for engaging with the community and answering those questions. Other board members can also be present as their time allows. That's what we have at this time. Director Bankers.
Did I just understand you to say that we're going to have a community meeting in order to gain input from the community on how this organization is going to put together a handbook for our employees?
It's a listening session, just feedback from the community on any, the town hall meetings that we talked about before we had the winter break, the one that was communicated in our letter to the community. We said that we would hold town hall meetings to engage with the community, get feedback, use it as a listening opportunity for the board to receive feedback from the community on what is it that they would like to see in that employee handbook. It's any other concerns that they may have, they can bring to the table also at that time. I think Director Jurgensen talked with me a little bit about it one-on-one, and does that capture what you said to me, Director Jurgensen?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to have the ability to hear from as many people as possible, as public comment is limited to an hour at board meetings. And, you know, we're fielding emails and responding as we can, but just having an ability for people to give us more feedback, I think, is appropriate as we're moving into uncharted waters and figuring out how to best move forward, given recent decisions. So, yeah.
Okay, so 4 dates have been tentatively set aside. 1 in January, 2 in February, and 1 in early March. And I will, or Ms. Olson will forward those dates to the board to check on availability. It's either on Monday, Tuesdays, or Thursdays is when those meetings have been scheduled. So there is no conflict with board meetings on Wednesdays. And then we can figure out board member availability. Ms. Olson can figure that out, and then we can assign schools. Okay. Any other feedback at this point in time? Seeing none, thank you guys. I know a lot of work went into this, and Superintendent Gall and his team, thank you for being really responsive to the board's request and having this to present at the first board meeting of the year. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have public comments. Ms. Olson. So going over the board protocol for public comments, the board welcomes and is very interested in listening to your to the community feedback. Please approach the podium when your name is called. You have 3 minutes to deliver your remarks. Please monitor the clock and complete your comments in that allotted times. Board meetings are primarily business meetings for the orderly and efficient conduct of the business of the district. Keeping that in mind, the clear expectation is that your feedback is provided in a civil, professional, and courteous manner without resorting to disparaging or defamatory remarks. Students are often in attendance or watching our broadcast. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes minor students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. To adhere to the board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board will not respond to comments during this time, but I can assure you that your comments will be taken into consideration as we discuss pertinent agenda items. And to maintain the flow of the meeting and not have prolonged interruptions, please refrain from clapping. If you want to show support or solidarity to a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board or the district. With that, the first comment, Ms. Allie Klein.
Hi, everyone. My name is Allie Klein. I'm a D11 parent to 4 children. I am the PTA president at their school. I am the community representative for the Palmer Steering Committee, and I'm also a substitute teacher here in D11, so obviously you can tell I deeply care about this district and its success. I want to start by thanking you guys, mostly because I do not envy your position, and I recognize the challenges that you all face. I'll always thank you for policies that I believe are beneficial to our children, like the cell phone policy, but I am also not afraid to speak up when I believe that something is detrimental to our children. Today, that's why I'm here. I believe that terminating a 50-plus year master agreement that has been successfully negotiated by our board, for over 50 years is a poor decision. It will cause major disruptions for our staff, our community, and mostly our students and their outcomes. We cannot afford to lose more staff, more students, and especially families who can choose to go elsewhere, taking their involvement in this community and their high test scores right along with them. I'd like to flip the negative narrative just a bit and let you all know that the presence of the union in CSEA was one of the driving forces for us sending our children to D11 schools. Unions provide teachers with stability, safety, and competitive salaries. I believe D11 holds a valuable and unique opportunity, being the only district in our area that has had a union in the last 50 years. In the spring of 2023, the board and CSEA negotiated a salary increase to $50,500 for all teachers. This would not have happened without collective bargaining with the union. Within 6 months, both D20 and D49 increased their salaries as well. This union does not just help unionize teachers, it helps all teachers and is beneficial for teachers in our entire area. As a high school Spanish teacher, I worked in a non-unionized district in our area. I know that legally binding master agreements matter. I have been in a district with a handbook that changed regularly without any input from staff, that included changes to evaluation practices, salary schedule, maximum student-teacher ratios, and unpaid time required of teachers. Without input from teachers in this legally binding agreement, how can you possibly guarantee these scenarios will not happen in D11? Please put our teachers first. They cannot properly educate our kids when they are not valued for their expertise, hard work, and commitment. Superintendent Gall and I have spoken about what makes our PTA so successful. My answer is, and will continue to be, the fact that we ask our staff what they need first before we go to our community. A teacher's working environment is your child's learning environment. We cannot say we support students when we don't support those who are educating them. We already are seeing this with action item B2 that would now pay substitute teachers per diem. Oh, sorry, guys, I already hit my. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
You can, if you want to, email the board the rest of your comments.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you, Parth. I will email you guys this. Thank you very much.
Samantha Trueblood, Miss Samantha Trueblood.
So first off, I want to thank you guys. My name is Samantha Trueblood, and I am a former D11 student. First issue I would like to address is the money that was spent in the campaign for the election of the board members. It appears that current board members were not concerned, or were more concerned with politics than students, as they claim, due to the fact that dark money was involved in this election. Both KOAA and the Gazette both state for this election $130,000 of dark money was raised. This is a stark contrast to the 2021 election where only $71,000 were raised. The board has been billed as conservatives. I'm a Christian conservative. However, the school board should not be elected based on who has the most money. It appears to be more of a political campaign. This leads me to a statement that was first made at the first meeting in December, where a member of D11 Momentum brought up how a nearby charter school has better scores than D11 public schools. There's a reason for this. Charter and private schools have the ability to turn away students who are not meeting their requirements, whether it be grades or behavior. They do not take students with disabilities by saying they do not have the resources to accommodate those children. In a public school, those needs are to be met. Meaning public schools are able to take in students who might need more help when it comes to their education. However, teachers are not being supported when it comes to those children who might need a little more discipline in their academic lives. Instead, what happens in classrooms get evacuated due to students throwing chairs or possibly kicking other people in the room. From my understanding, this has happened once while a member on the board was at a school, and rather than acknowledging the concern, the member turned down the hall and walked away. This meant teaching time was cut short as teachers had to deal with these students. Another concern I have is the hypocrisy of the board stating that they care about the community, however, are unclear about which community they claim to care about. From my understanding, the group D11 Momentum, who supports the board, there are many members who are not from the district or the city. They do not have students in this school. These members of D11 Momentum and other supporting groups are not even in these classrooms to know what is actually happening during teaching hours, and frankly, neither is the board. To understand what is truly happening in a classroom, one must be there to witness what is happening. There is also hypocrisy over respect. In the first D11 meeting of December, those who weren't able to be in the boardroom were told not to block the aisle as it was a fire hazard. While there was a person addressing the board, a D11 Momentum member rudely pushed their way to the front, turned their back, and blocked the aisle. Nothing was said to this person. However, if it was a person in red, I'm sure something about a fire hazard would have been mentioned. Another example of this hypocrisy comes from the response I had received from a board member when I sent in an online concern. I had addressed an issue regarding taxpayers' money funding legal battles, to which this board member stated, "We do not use taxpayer money to fund legal efforts to target any group." However, in a later sentence, unprofessionally states, "Perhaps you should be concerned about the hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars spent on legal fees navigating CSEA's grievances with the district."
Thank you. Your time is up. And again, the same thing, if you want to forward the rest of your public comment to the board,
Thank you.
so we can get the full. Ms. Kat Hendricks. Kat Hendricks? Okay. Just Ms. Jessica Kloppenberg.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. I want to take you back to the morning of December 12th. It was a very difficult day for me as well as a lot of my coworkers. But I woke up that morning sleeping only a few hours and picked up where I left the night before, crying and an emotional wreck. The night of December 11th was a night that I will always stay in my mind as the day that my trust in this board and the district was shattered. Before entering the school, I had spoken to teachers, responded to texts, emails, and phone calls, trying to mentally and physically prepare for a day of teaching. I knew what I needed to make it through the day: my students. When my students and families saw the look on my face, they knew I wasn't myself. However, after hugs and affirmations, I knew I was going to make it through the day, because that's why I'm there, my students. As the day progressed, I received emails from some of you telling me reasons why I shouldn't feel this way, how everything was going to be okay. But how is everything going to be okay? In the past few years, I thought of several times that this board has not been truthful and kept their word. And as each email came in, it brought up things that have occurred over the past 2 years. Things such as the lies that came out, taking our elementary's planning time away, even though you promised this would not occur, and saying that the compensation package was because of the Board of Education, when it was a collaborative decision and a collaborative, sorry, I lost my train of thought there, a collaborative decision and something that came together from CSEA and the district. And teachers feeling like the district was keeping secrets, not being transparent about things that are happening, and using money for non-student related things, such as PR firms, lawyers, and changing the color scheme so that red would not be included, and leading up to last month's vote on the master agreement. Although I have this feeling starting to build inside me for the past year, That day made me realize the end result. I'm not respected in this district, and my trust in it is gone. Now, some of you justified last month that your decision to not renew the master agreement was because only 60% of teachers belong to CSCA. But the truth is that all teachers and the district benefit from the master agreement. It's created a relationship between teachers and the district. However, it took this board only a couple seconds to destroy this relationship last month. Many teachers in the district would like to know how this board is planning on mending this relationship, and no employee handbook or supply giveaway is going to fix it. The teachers and community know what the action is, and unfortunately, I do not believe, and a lot of teachers do not believe, that this board is going to step up to mend this relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon Simpson-Dagon. Oh, okay. Hang on a minute. We'll call you back. Okay. At 7 o'clock, I have to have the board has to have a public hearing on the charter school renewal process. So that is on the agenda. So Ms. Dagon, I'll come back to you after this. So this is the public hearing on the charter schools agenda items that are in front of the board at this time. The first one is Iana Thomas Sanchez. Ms. Thomas Sanchez. Okay. Melanie Sanchez. Okay.
Good evening, board. My name is Melanie Sanchez, a dedicated staff member at Eastlake Charter School. Today, I have two pieces of favorable news to convey, along with some critical consideration that may assist the board in reaching a fair decision. Eastlake has been providing services to students and families for 2 decades. The school program endured and overcome weak leadership, funding deficiencies, and significant academic alteration under COVID-19. Notwithstanding these considerable hurdles, Eastlake continues to meet students' needs as well. The second notable advancement I wish to emphasize is that Eastlake has implemented a comprehensive diversity, equality, and inclusion program, which effectively supports marginalized students. The DEI program at Eastlake is effectively operational. The efficacy of DEI program hinges on the competencies and commitment of our existing leaders. They leverage individual contributions and abilities to facilitate growth and learning for all. They gleaned insight from the errors of previous administration. They discovered that to operate a school efficiently, the needs of individual students must take precedence above personal interests or institutional priorities. The leaders at Eastlake guaranteed inclusivity, equitable treatment, and the consideration of all perspectives. The diversity, equity, and inclusive culture they cultivated over the years empowered students to reclaim their strength and motivation. At Eastlake, we believe that effective leadership creates an effective academic program. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dawn Nelson, again about the charter school renewal application.
Good evening, board and community members. My name is Dawn Nelson. I'm the Special Education and Intervention Coordinator over at Eastlake High School. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes about some positive aspects of our school in support of our charter renewal. First, Eastlake is excellent at individualized academic intervention for students with learning disabilities and for general education students with low literacy and math skills. Eastlake teachers meet students where they are academically and credit-wise, without regard to age or grade. Eastlake, as an AEC, focuses on filling our students' learning gaps at an individual level, something that is not always possible in the large comprehensive high schools. Second, Eastlake provides a caring, stable, flexible, and small school environment with clear processes and expectations. I tell students that attending Eastlake is kind of like living in a small town. You will be seen and known here. Some of our students have gone for years flying under the radar in large classes and crowded hallways. Not at Eastlake. Most admit that they really do want and need this level of attention, accommodation, recognition, and personal accountability. The mother of one of our special needs students who is about to graduate at age 21 just told me today Eastlake is the first school he ever went to where he feels heard and seen and appreciated and recognized for who he is and what he can do. Lastly, I want to emphasize that Eastlake offers programming that is specifically designed to support students ages 18 to 21. Too often, older students, those quote-unquote super seniors, who are significantly credit deficient after 4 years due to personal circumstances or hardships, they're reluctant to return to high school for a 5th or a 6th year because they feel ashamed or out of place among the much younger students. Often they are counseled to go for a GED instead of staying in school. These students feel comfortable in Eastlake's PM hybrid program because all the students in our afternoon session are 18 or older. Life happens, and some leave and they re-enroll 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Our record is 7 times for one young man before he graduated. That they keep coming back to Eastlake because they know this is the school that does not give up on them, and they are always welcome to come back and try again. They know Eastlake is where and how they will finally succeed. Every year, 19, 20, 21, and even 20-year-old students graduate from Eastlake, and I believe their diplomas mean even more to them and to their families than traditional graduates. I feel strongly our determined focus on, serving the needs of older students, especially our older students with educational disabilities, makes Eastlake unique and particularly valuable to Colorado Springs and to D11.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Linda Contreras Perez, again about the Eastlake Charter School renewal application.
Hello, good evening. Sorry. My name is Linda Contreras Perez. I'm a recent graduate from Eastlake High School. I want to say a couple words because I really appreciate the school who helped me graduate. I found myself as a single mom. I found myself as a single mom at a young age, and I thought it was going to be an obstacle to graduate. It was out of my plans because I thought it was an obstacle to graduate as being a single mom. When I found this school, I went to enroll, and they treated me amazing. They made me feel part of their team. I want to say thank you to Miss Aleida, Mr. Mark, Miss Phoebe, Miss Megan, the teacher of after-school tutoring, who they were very flexible with my schedule. I had a full-time job, and I was able to be a full-time mom as well while finishing high school. Ms. Megan, who helped me on online school after tutoring and during my surgery in September, they were very flexible. I feel like if I was in another school, I would have already been backed up in a lot of schoolwork. I never thought I would graduate after having my daughter, like I said, and I was never treated differently since I come from an Hispanic family. I was never discriminated. This school helped me out so much getting my credits to graduate, and my surgery, like I said, in September, they were very flexible. Since this school was one of the best ones I've ever gone to, I'm looking forward for my little brother, Israel, from graduating from there too, because I know this school will tell you how good going to college and finishing your education is. This school and every teacher here deserves to keep helping people like me, people like single parents who have the dream of keep going to high school and getting their diploma. Like I said, I come from an Hispanic family, and I'm the first one to graduate, and I am very happy I did. And it was a dream come true, thanks to Eastlake High School and their staff.
Thank you. Ms. Selena Drinkwine.
Hello and good evening to everyone. I'm here on behalf of Eastlake. I am one of the original students to ever attend there when they first opened, when it was formerly known as Life Skills Center. And I'm here because I want you guys to understand how important that this school really, really is. They helped kids like me. My brother attended there. They didn't give up on any of us. Like, we were the kids that, in all due respect, public school frowned upon, shot us down, pretty much counted us out. We were bad. They didn't have hope in us, and therefore we didn't have hope in ourselves. And if it wasn't for them, they gave us the hope and courage that we were lacking. They didn't give up on us. Their dedication to students and teaching them goes far, far further than a paycheck. They didn't do it for the money. They didn't do it for the recognition. They did it because they actually loved teaching. They did it because they really cared about us. And many of us came from backgrounds that were not easy. Some of us were homeless. Some of us lived in Red Cross shelters. Some of us had a really hard time. Going to public school, most of the time, we didn't get that kind of support from the teachers. And there's a lot of kids in a public school in a class. There's a lot, so it's kind of understandable. But these teachers here, and I still call it Life Skills, but I know it's Eastlake, they would care so much that they would take their own time after school, on weekends, vacations. They didn't get paid for any of that, but they would work with us. We would meet up places. They would hustle. They would push us so that we could graduate and that we can get an education. And it is really, really important that this school stays open and keeps going to give other kids the opportunity, because some of us probably would have never made it if it wasn't for this school. I mean, they're more than just teachers, staff. I mean, down to the security guard. His name was Wendell. He was amazing. The receptionist, Brenda, she was like everyone's best friend. During the time, Chuck, that was our principal. I mean, we started that school with limited resources compared to a public school. So the whole world was against us. But what they offered us was compassion, friendship, understanding. And this school has to stay open because it gives people the opportunity that they may not ever have. And they don't give up on us. And that means so much more than I can ever speak in words to any of you guys. And I didn't write anything. I'm 100% speaking from my heart. If it wasn't for that school, who would have known? I mean, some of us, we would gather together. My mom would pick us all up in different homes. We were excited to come to school because we felt we were smart and we had a chance, and a lot of us made it thanks to Life Skills or Eastlake. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Miss Carol Harrison. Carol Harrison.
That's my mom. I think she's nervous to come up and speak.
Okay, you don't have to. Okay, thank you. Mr. Russell Lunsford. Russell Lunsford. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. And I want to shake your hand, sir. Eastlake, to me, it's awesome. My son was definitely going the wrong way. He was definitely going the wrong way. He's come over to Eastlake, and one thing I've learned, and I know, and I remember this from the Bible, it takes more than a family to raise a child. It takes the village. And when I walked into that school over there at Eastlake, CJ, there she is, Bobby, Malene, did I say that right? Miss Melody? Yes. These people, it's just the feeling you get when you walk in that school. The love for these kids. I see the way they interact with these kids. That young man right there, his math grade, he went up 2.5 grades in 1 year. And it was because of that staff over there. And I said to CJ, the principal, where did you get all these people from? How did you get all these crazy people? Because they're crazy, but you got to be crazy to deal with these kids. These kids, they love it. I mean, it's like they're brothers and sisters. And it's like they look up to the teachers like, okay, teacher, my big brother, big sister, what are we going to do today? And they inspire these kids to study. And I am so impressed with my son. All right, I started driving up from Texas this morning at 3 this morning. I'm exhausted, but I made it up here, took my shower. I got to be here for this. And whatever funding they need, please, please give it to them. They are awesome. They're truly awesome. And I mean, I don't know. It's amazing. I knew Andre could do it. My other two kids, little Russ, he has 21 years in the military, 22. Ashley is in administrative nursing. She makes $100,000 a year. What you gonna do? Okay? And with the pushing and the loving from these teachers and crew, and Big Bobby over there keeps them in check, I think Andre's going to be all right. And I greatly appreciate you all. Please, please give them what they need. Please, sir. They're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Florian D. Castro.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Florian De Castro. I'm the current president of the board for Eastlake High School. Now, a lot of people, you've heard from a lot of people, the human aspect that we actually do. Now, I could also say Eastlake High School has been around for several years. I've actually been with the Eastlake High School board since 2021. So I'm a pretty recent convert to the school. I think the main question now is, with everything else that's going on with our current educational system, the question is there a need for a school like Eastlake? And I think the short answer is yes, because there are different children. There are different needs for all the children that is under our care. And it would be a disservice if we don't help put the resources, put the needs of these children that sometimes is not available in our normal school system. And we need to be cognizant and knowledgeable regarding that. So one of the things that we are looking at in the next couple years, in the next 5 years, assuming renewal of our charter school, is how to not only maintain the current level of education that we're providing, but also increase that. And making sure that we do not let a single child fall through the cracks. That even though that they may no longer be suitable for our normal school system, that there is actually still a safety net that will allow them to not only prosper, but to expand who they are and be the best who they are. So again, thank you very much, and I hope you support our renewal of Eastlake High School.
Thank you. Nicole Simmons Rubin, I might have mispronounced your name. Please come and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone on the board. Nicole Simmons Roshan. I am the vice president of the executive board for Eastlake High School. I am going to be very brief. I want us all to consider for this renewal that although we have great hope in our school system as a whole, what Eastlake does, it gives a more supernatural version of hope. where it's deeper than we are giving alternative education, of course. We do that quite well in D11. Being a transplant here from Louisiana about 3 years ago, Eastlake High School was the first board that I joined, as I'm now on a few other boards in the city. But in doing that, it allowed for me to recognize that there was definitely a need. And that need was for students that were not seen or heard or felt as if they were a part of a community, an educational community. They felt that with Eastlake. I personally also do educational consulting and work in DEI for our local university here at UCCS. And in doing that, I am working with students who are now in college and at some point of their educational journey did not feel that they belonged, either in K-12 or that they were knowledgeable enough to obtain a higher education. What I find with Eastlake is that I am able to talk to students that come from diverse backgrounds, some difficult backgrounds, and are able to look at themselves and believe in themselves and have hope that they will be able to succeed, have success as a student, but have success as a citizen in the United States and in Colorado Springs. So I think for an institution of education like Eastlake to exist, it allows for us to build a more sound, diverse, inclusive culture here in Colorado Springs. And I hope that you all, again, deem what the education and the level of inclusive education that Eastlake is able to give to this community, that you deem it to have worth, and that worth would be through our renewal. Thank you all.
Thank you. So that concludes the public comments portion for the charter school renewal application. So now, back to the original public comments. I appreciate your patience, Ms. Sharon Simpson-Dagon. Back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate you. Superintendent Gall, Dr. Mel Packham, and members of the board, good evening, and I hope that you had wonderful holidays. Last month, I asked if you would have the courage to do the right thing, and by your vote, you said no. We were invited to trust you because, after all, several of you have taught. Well, wasn't Joseph thrown into a hole by his brothers? Teaching is not the common bond. Students are. And we are asking that you look at that intersection of the teachers' union and the board. We've heard proclamations that the board serves as a in a nonpartisan capacity. Well, that should be true, but it's not what people are witnessing. Thanks to the playbook of a national party, we see people being manipulated by the use of certain words to paint the local union as indoctrinators of students, unconcerned for student welfare and achievement, and controlled by outside politics. All of that is false. While it may be true that elections have consequences, they should not be negative. Your attempt to weaken the local union by not having a contract that permits teachers the freedom to teach under supportive conditions and to say no to certain requests that administrators might make without reprisal to them, and more, is shameful, fear-based, and partisan. Rather than shutting down the union's voice, we should be working together to make the whole better. That's the best choice. When you know better, you do better, right? That requires a diversity of thought, and the union is diverse, ethnically, politically, religiously, on every plane. Achievement is improving, mostly because we are making post-COVID gains. Teachers continue to do their job, addressing subject matter and affect. Because all of you have been in a classroom in one way or another, I'm sure you agree that the best teachers were not the ones who just knew their subject matter. No, they were also well connected to the students, and the students knew that they mattered. We teach the whole child. The local union, the overwhelming majority of your teachers, who are also parents, are concerned and have been. You still have time to do what's right and be courageous by coming to the table. If you do so openly and honestly with the idea of finding the best solutions that honor the commonality, you and the union can begin to have an admirable document. That document doesn't need to go away. It can coexist with an employee handbook. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comments for this evening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with the board, and we appreciate your feedback. If you checked the box asking a district administrator to contact you, someone from administration will follow up. Next, special reports, board member reports. Director Hafley.
Very quickly, you guys saw the Unified Theater kids here earlier tonight. I want you to know that they are exceptional bowlers and basketball players as well. So if you haven't gotten to a Unified Sporting or Theater event, please make sure you get to one. I know that there is a Unified basketball game at Mitchell High School on Friday evening. I believe it's at 6:30. These kids are phenomenal. And so a special thanks to Chris Knoll and his team for pouring themselves into the Unified programs in D11, all the teachers involved in bringing out the best for these kids, and just the opportunities that are available within District 11 for all kids. And lastly, I also want to give out a shout to the transportation people at the FOTC. Director Odom, CJ McCampbell, and their team have been working hard to find ways to get our bus driver shortage to shrink so we can get all field trips to happen. They are thinking outside of the box. They're finding ways to make things happen for our students, which is really what it's all about and why we're all here. So I just wanted to say nicely done. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ott.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention, so part of the supply giveaway that happened on Monday was sponsored by the Foundation for District 11. And so just a reminder for teachers who might need a little bit of additional money for projects in their classrooms, the Foundation for District 11, foundationford11.com, does have grants available on an ongoing basis. It's $100 to $300 that you can ask for. If you get some folks together, maybe you can ask for more. But consider that opportunity as a way to supplement your classroom budgets and not have to pay, hopefully, from your own paychecks. So that, and I just want to say thanks to the superintendent for bringing our students here for Unified Theater, as Director Hafley noted, and the sports teams are great too, but also our ThesCon students. Probably some of you recognize some of those students too from plays, and it's like there's the narrator, there's the lead. It was a lot of fun to see those students again. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for both of you for pointing out the importance of unified sports and the Unified Theater and the impact that it has on the students. As the students were coming and talking, I was watching this front row where the parents were sitting, and some of them were tearing up. And this gives an opportunity for the students to come and engage in ways that they wouldn't do so otherwise. And they shine in classroom as well because they feel included now. Director Bankus.
I want to say to Mr. Castro, you must have come on the board at Eastlake at the same time I came on the board for District 11, because that was one of the first graduations that I attended. And I'm pleased to say that each subsequent graduation that I have attended has increased in the number of students that your school is graduating. And I hope there are still teachers in the room that can hear the appreciation from this board for myself, and particularly on the great work that you do, that the investment not only to bring them along to graduation, but the investment in them as alumni. I remember you had offered a job, an interview, to one of your students. There was someone else at that graduation that made such a profound impact on me, also offered one of the students an opportunity to come and mentor or to come and intern with them. So thank you to all of the teachers. Thank you to the students that were here. Your news needs to be spread so that kids know from 16 to 21 that there are opportunities and a community in which they can thrive. It's not our only school that allows that, but each school that does has a unique personality, and that's all about connections. So again, thank you so much. In my travels, I continually meet people on the plane or at the airport or just in other cities who have come from Colorado Springs, and they are graduates of District 11. And they have learned the foundational skills in order for them to be able to pursue careers so that they become responsible adults and are able to pass that on to those with whom they are associated. And I do have to say, I meet more Coronado alumni. I don't know why that is. But I've also met them from Mitchell and from Doherty and Palmer. And so thank you to all of you for all that you do. And welcome back after winter break. And we're ready to hunker down and get work done. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you. You have something more?
Yeah,
Hang on a minute.
Accidentally
Yeah, Director Haefele.
I cut myself off a little quickly, just very quickly. In regards to the teacher supply day on Friday, Linda Sanders, Hillary Charles, their team out at the Tesla PD office, special thanks to them for all of the work that they did to put that teacher supply together. I know logistically putting together something of that level is pretty overwhelming, and they always do such a great job facilitating that. So I wanted to make sure that they got mentioned as well.
Thank you. Director Nelson.
I just wanted to give a shout out to the team that is helping put together the board newsletter. You guys are doing a great job. So I know Director Haefele, you're really involved in representing the board through that communication piece. I suspect President Malpacum, you're also helping quite a bit. And then to our communications team, the AdPro staff, and Director or Chief Weiss and Ms. Ottmer. I'm not sure who all is involved in this, but the last one that went out in December was exceptional. So I wanted to just draw everyone's attention back to the content because it went out on December 11th in the morning, and there were some other communications that went out that same day. So I know I missed it initially. So I wanted to encourage everyone to go back, dig in your emails, and read that newsletter that came out. I'll give a couple highlights. It specifies how in District 11 we have over 63 state-approved programs in career and technical education. We had a hiring fair where over 23 employers were connected with D11 students for apprenticeships and internships. And then just again, getting the news out about our free post-secondary education through Pikes Peak State College through the Promise Scholarships. And those are just a couple of things that's in that document. And so I wanted to just raise it back up to people's attention, as I know there was a lot going on at that time. So thanks again to this team that are working so hard at putting these communications out.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your feedback, and I'm sure Amy back there appreciates too. Thank you for helping us out in this journey. Any other comments? I'll wrap it up with my comments. I'm going to be really brief. Several board directors have already talked about this, and Superintendent Gall talked about it. I was there for the teacher supply event, and I was there. I went there around 9 o'clock in the morning, and when I was there, the was winding down. But from what I heard, there were teachers lined up outside the door at 6:30 in the morning, and the event didn't even start till about 7 o'clock. So teachers showed up in the dark, in the cold, and the teachers that I engaged with were very thankful for the supplies that were out there that was going to help them out. And I'm glad that Superintendent Gall and his team are now going to make this twice a year event, one in August before the beginning of the school year, and one in January for the beginning of the second semester. This is just a small token of our appreciation. I know that there was a comment that this doesn't make up for other things, but this is a small token of our appreciation that we do appreciate our staff, and teachers sometimes spend hundreds of dollars out of their pocket in restocking their classroom supplies, and this is an opportunity going forth where teachers can come and stock up on items. There was so many basic essential items for them. So a big shout out to the three ladies that are in the corner out there, Carol Fry, Liz Kate, and Ms. Shauna Kurtz. Also Ms. Nicole Ottmer was part of that, and Director Hafley also called out the PD department already at Tesla. So thank you all for putting this together, and I truly enjoyed engaging with our teachers as well. That's my board member report. Moving on to the consent items on the agenda, can you please make the motion to items?
I move that the Board of Education adopts all consent items as designated in the agenda. The consent items are F2, approval of December 4th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. F3, approval of December 11th, 2024 special meeting minutes. F4, designation of official posting location for Board of Education meeting and notices. F5, personnel recommendations for January 8th, 2025. F6, approval of district-wide closure due to inclement weather.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent item has been adopted as presented. Moving on to the action items, the first action item on the agenda is the district review of the charter school renewal application, and the first one is East Lake High School. Superintendent Gall.
President Malpacum, it's a non-action item.
Okay, there are no action items today on the agenda, so this is a non-action item. Thank you.
Dr. Comfort and CJ, you want to come on forward? And anyone else on your team that you want to bring? I can't tell if you're smiling, so.
Good evening, Board. I will let Ms. Berry step up and speak soon. We are here for a charter renewal presentation for East Lake High School. As the board sees in board docs, we have a number of documents hung. We have their charter renewal application, which is no small document. Myself, as well as our charter liaison, Mr. Tom Weston, and our director of choice and enrollment, Chris Kilroy, also did a site visit, so you'll see an executive summary of that. In that site visit, we got to walk the school, we got to talk to staff and students and board members, and have a really great conversation for a number of hours. And you'll also see that Ms. Berry has attached their most recent UIP. And so I'm going to let her come up and give her presentation, and then we'll be available for questions.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, I'm assuming this is what I use.
That's your clicker.
Okay, there we go. Thank you all so much for giving us an opportunity to kind of express what East Lake is all about and why we're here and what we plan to do in the future. So first of all, you all have already met 2 out of 3 of my board members, so they are available for questions after my presentation, but I do want to just give a shout out to all of my staff members, my team, and just my whole community, from my students and my parents. You've already heard some of the love, and that's just a small piece of who we are. So I'm going to go very quickly because we're already pretty late. But these are some of the pieces that you'll see in our presentation tonight. I just want to make sure that we have enough time at the end for questions and a conversation. I'm really here to answer your questions about who we are and assure you that the last 20 years we've been here was worth it, and I'm going to go ahead and put it out there because I shoot for the moon. The next 20 years we're going to be here partnering with you will be worth it also. So for those of you who don't know East Lake, we are a free public school in Colorado Springs. I like to always emphasize the fact that a charter is a public school. I just have to say that out loud. We serve kids ages 14 to 21 throughout El Paso County. So if you can make it to Eastlake, we will educate you. If you can make it to Eastlake, we will wrap around you and take care of you. So that's the number one thing. Make sure you know about us. We offer, and I'll talk further about the flexible scheduling, the individualized education plan, and our mindfulness when it comes to behavioral supports for our students. And the biggest thing is we're here to prepare students for their future success. So their high school diploma is not just a milestone. It's important. It's something that's going to build toward their future. I gave you guys a little blip of who's at Eastlake right now. As you all know, my population changes year to year, so it looks like this right now. Next year, it'll look a little different, but we accept everybody and anybody that walks in our doors. So if there's a need, we'll find it and we'll help. I did want to make sure you saw our mission and vision, and I won't read it for you because you all can do that. But the biggest thing is we are extremely mindful in supporting the personal growth of our students. And this year we took some strides to make sure that we were able to do that. So I'll be hitting those a little bit later. And as you can see, no matter what, on every slide, we put our students first. And I want to make sure that even though you saw a few today, and hopefully you'll come to another graduation, and you'll see more in the future, that you always think about them. A concern that we all have, not just for Eastlake, but for every school across the state, is our enrollment projections. This year, we did count 92. We are aiming for a 10% annual increase every year. Now, of course, that's my goal. That's our goal. We're trying to hit it. But we know that's an uphill battle right now. We're lucky that because we take students to the age of 21, there's a special population that we do go for, and that is the overage undercredit. The students that dropped out during COVID to go work a full-time job, the students that don't think they can make it or don't think they can come back, we usually go after them. They're our number one target audience. However, we use a lot of strategies to reach out to every student throughout El Paso County, regardless of their age and regardless of their needs. Some of the ways we reach out to our students is through our social media campaigns, so feel free to follow Eastlake High School on Facebook, Twitter, Threads, Instagram, LinkedIn. We try to be everywhere people are. And always feel free to come by and check us out for our outreach initiatives. If you ever go to the Labor Day liftoff, we're right down the street and we have parking spots available. So feel free to swing by. But we try our best to connect in any way possible in our community. And again, we also are trying to connect with more and more community groups. I want to give a shout out to School Bell Operations and Karen Share. They are huge partners for Eastlake, and we are trying to grow our partnerships. Some of the things that we know are priorities are staff retention. We're lucky that even though we took a dip during the pandemic, we have rebounded. The staff that I have, they love what they do. They are dedicated to every single student that walks in that door. So that is a priority, to continue to have such dedicated staff working with our students. We also are working hard to retain our students, and this year was one of our highest retention rates. And that just reflects the dedication these kids have to getting their education. They really do want it. They really do need the support, and they recognize the opportunity that Eastlake affords them. Along with that, we know that as we continue to hold on to the staff and students we have, we need to continue to enhance their success and personal growth, not just the students, but the staff also. Not like you want to see another UIP, but here's mine. And the reason why I wanted to put this in here was to make sure you understood that this UIP is not just a bunch of check boxes. We don't look at it like that. We look at it, and I know this phrase is overused, but we look at it as a living document, a way to really inform our practices and guide us in what we need to do, not only to show the state and to show you that we're doing what we need to do to educate children, but to be the best program we can possibly be. So if you ever would love to peruse, you could compare this to some of our previous UIPs, and this is one of our most comprehensive UIPs. I can honestly say, and I don't think you'll hear anyone else say this, I am proud of this UIP. It was exciting to really get with the team and the staff and my board to develop what we need to do to help support the students and to show you and the state what we're doing in a quantifiable manner. So I hope you all do take a moment to kind of look over our UIP. I hope you have questions about it, because again, I'm proud of this one. I'm super proud of this. Some of the things that really set us apart is our educational program. First and foremost, we have, and this was the second year we implemented an AM and a PM program. So my AM program is any student under the age of 18. My PM program is every student that is 18 and over. We recognize that a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old probably shouldn't be in the same classroom. They have different needs. They have different types of conversations that need to happen in order for them to be successful. So we are very mindful in separating them and providing each age group what they need in order to be successful. One of the things I really want to make sure you hear about, I think a few of you know about this, is that Eastlake High School implemented 3 graduation tracks. I believe this board has talked about changing or looking at graduation requirements. And I actually got the idea from this board, watching your work sessions. So yes, I do watch your videos. And myself and my team took that to task and said, what can we do to be more mindful about our students' time? Some of our students, as I said, are overage, under credit, so they don't have a lot of time. If you're 19 and you have freshman credits and you look up there and go, I need 45 classes, I don't even want to try. I don't even want to do it. So we wanted to offer them options. We wanted to offer them meaningful options, not just get done quick, but let's get done and get you set up for your next step. So this first model is our college track. This is similar to D11 graduation requirements right now. So a lot of the things you'll see up there are exactly the same almost. One of the things we wanted to do is to ensure that we took the guesswork out of what they need to take. So often kids will see, well, I need 5 electives. I don't know what to take. And they'll take quote unquote fluff classes just to get the credit. We don't do that. Every single class that we have set up for a student is meaningful. So on this one in particular, because they're going to college, we require all the students to take academic success, where they learn things like note-taking, which a lot of them don't have that skill down, or summarizing a text, which a lot of them don't have that skill. We also require all of our college students or college-bound students to take life skills, things like balancing your checkbook. I don't know if I just dated myself to people. I don't think people have checkbooks anymore, but still, balancing your bank account. What is an APR for a credit card? How do you get a car loan? What's appropriate for a car loan? It's those things that many of us in this room learned the hard way. And we're trying to save them from that pain and give them some tips, tricks, and skills to be more successful. We also, as you notice, for every one of these slides, you'll see our CCRD, or our College and Career Readiness Demonstration. So for this track, students have to meet the CDE score for SATs in order to help support them in that, because of a lot of our students come to us academically deficient along with credit deficient. As you can see, their general electives are filled with SAT prep. We want to be mindful in prepping them. We don't want them to go out and have to pay for a course. We provide that for free at our school. The next track is our military track. The CCRD for this one is the ASVAB score of 31. Again, that's the CDE requirement. And one of the things I want to point out for this one is a little fewer credits than the last one. However, I'm proud of the fact that we require all the students to take Intro to Military Careers. A lot of times if you ask a military-bound student, what's your career? What career do you want to go for? They say the military. And you go, no, that's not the career. We got to have a career within that organization. And a lot of kids don't understand that. So we make sure we set them up to have that knowledge, that base knowledge. When they go to a recruiter, they're going to tell the recruiter, I'm trying to get an ASVAB of this, so I have these MOSs available to me. They're already going to know. They're going to have their path set. The last track we have is our vocational track. This one sets up our students for a 2-year program like Pikes Peak State College. And all of our students' CCRD for this one is either the AccuPlacer or an industry certification. We actually provide the Work Keys test on site at our school and all of the prep for it. So our students mainly take the Work Keys and get a bronze for this one. This one's a little bit shorter track. However, one of the things that I love about this one is the workplace and internship readiness course that all of them are required to take. That course is essential career skills. So things like, how do you write a professional email? Which might be a lesson I have to, with adults sometimes. But it's those little things that you don't think kids wouldn't know, but they don't know until someone tells them. So again, we have the 3 tracks to provide whatever our kids need, however they need it, meeting them where they are. Another thing that sets us apart is our class period structure, and this is the first year we ever implemented a meaningful time for soft skills and SEL. Soft skills is a curriculum that we provide to our students, and we teach them things like how to deal with coworker conflict, how to self-advocate with a supervisor, how to ensure you're on time for school and work. So the soft skills class is extremely important right now, just teaching them the things that are going to give them a leg up. From that class, because it's a design curriculum, they actually, all of our students, and you may want to go on LinkedIn and start looking them up, they all have LinkedIn accounts and they earn badges. Many of them are young and don't have a full resume, but we're helping them build their resume with soft skills. The other thing we're extremely proud of is our dedicated time for SEL, our social emotional learning. And even though we do subscribe to Character Strong as our curriculum, we also use that time just to connect with our students. Sometimes it's just, let's sit and talk. Let's find out what's going on with you. Let's find out how we can help you. But along with that, we do assignments such as dealing with aggression, dealing with anger, dealing with peer conflict, conversations like that. I, again, have to applaud my staff because those are hard conversations for some teachers to have with students, and they take it in stride, and they love every moment of it. The accomplishments are, this one was a hard slide to do because it was so big to begin with. There's so many things that we're proud of for this school and for the last 4 years that we've been here. The number one thing I would say is that bottom one, just being able to differentiate our high school program for students and what they need. That came from the needs of our students. I wanted to make sure I also noted we did have a performance rating for the SPF. Unfortunately, is no longer performance. However, we got it once before, and we'll do it again, because we will. Also, in the past, we've had the EASY Grant, and we just applied for the EASY Grant again, just so you know, to help support us in building up our SPF and getting that rating up. Some of the challenges, again, are some of the ones we've all seen for this district and other districts in the state, student engagement, and we are trying, again, to meet our students where they are with the scheduling needs they have. My teachers, again, love changing up what they're doing to meet the needs of the students. Our enrollment has always fluctuated around about 100, but we'd like to increase that definitely to meet the needs of the community more. And as we reach out, we know we'll be able to do that. Many of our students come to us with discipline issues. As one of the former students mentioned, they feel like they've been thrown away by other schools, but my staff are constantly training on restorative practices, trauma-informed care, to ensure that we can deal with those traumatic backgrounds and conflicts that they come to us with. Again, my staff retention came up, but I recognize the continued need for support from my staff, just to keep them going and happy. And of course, parent involvement. That's always been kind of an uphill battle for any high school. By the time a kid gets to high school, a parent's like, you got them, take them, run with them, and we don't do that. We partner with our parents. Even a 20-year-old, I'm saying, bring your mom to parent-teacher conference. She needs to know what you're doing. We want to celebrate you at every moment. So we'll continue to work on that parent involvement to let our parents know that their voices not only need to be heard, but they're worthy. And as I said, I was going to go quick because I want to make sure I give time for questions. But in the end, and I don't even know how to put into words how awesome Eastlake High School is. Eastlake High School was my first principalship. And to be honest with you, and my board's not going to like this, they'll be my last. I'm going to retire here no matter what. It's just home. It's just home. So we're celebrating our 20th year. We would love 20 more, but I would be honored for 5. I would be honored to be a part of this district for more time. So that's my presentation. I tried to go quick, but I'm available. I'm here for questions and my board. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And you said like you don't have words to describe what Eastlake means to you. I think the people that came and made public comments captured those words out there and what it means to them. You are certainly making an impact based on those public comments itself, how many children you have impacted. Thank you for all that you guys are doing, the staff out there too, and the board members that are present out here. A couple of quick questions from me and the board too. I will open it up. You said your performance rating, it's not performance any longer. What is it at this time?
Priority improvement.
Priority improvement.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And you rightfully observed that you have been in priority improvement in the past and
Yes.
you pulled out of it. So
Absolutely.
the hope is that you can pull out of it too. And then you talked about your enrollment challenges as well. Hopefully you got a plan to address that enrollment challenge. What is, and this is the same question that I would come to the next charter school as well. What is your current fiscal position as far as stability of your school, the enrollment numbers that you have? Is that enough to successfully operate your school? So can you maybe share a little bit with the board?
Definitely.
From that perspective.
My board really makes sure that they are conservative in budgeting. Even when we budgeted for this year, we didn't budget for 130. That's what I was shooting for, 130, 120. We actually budgeted, I believe, for 100. Yeah, 100. And even though we didn't hit that, it wasn't too far off. So it wasn't too hard to relook at our budget, look at where our expenditures are. Luckily, we're super small, so I can look at subscriptions and things like that and change things around to meet those needs so that we can continue. But we normally budget around about the 100 mark again, because that's where we usually fall. So we're lucky that it hurt, but not substantially. We're pretty solid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that feedback. And
Yes, sir.
I remember, I think last year when you came here, you came with the yonder pouches.
Yes, sir.
To show to to demonstrate to us the yonder pouches. And I saw in your slide that you are the first school that implemented.
Yes.
We've been taking credit. We are the first school district that has implemented
You
yonder
are,
pouches
that's true.
in El Paso County. So you can still hold that you are the first school, and we will hold the distinction of the first school district.
Yes, sir.
Director Hafley, was that what you wanted to comment on?
Stole my thunder.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say the last time I saw you, you were talking about the yonder pouches and that you were struggling with one parent. And I was just wondering, how was that rollout going? So here we are a year into it for you.
I think it's going great, to be honest with you, because it's part of the school culture. The kids kind of accept it. They're like, this is what we're doing. This is what's going to help us succeed. We still have the students that say, this is the best thing ever. It gives me a break. You know, I need a break from social media, and I can't trust myself not to look. We hear that ding, and whoo, Pavlov's response, you know, you want to look, you have to look. And then you still get the kids that are like, I need my phone. I have to have my phone. And we work through it with them. So no other major concerns at all. And it did help that D11 rolled it out too, because we could say, well, your homeschool's doing it. There's nowhere to go. We're all doing it. So that helped a little.
Director Ott.
Thank you. So I spent some time reviewing, of course, the information in your renewal, and I noticed that part of the renewal information talked about encouraging greater involvement. So I was glad to hear you address that with parental involvement and bringing them in. I did not find any information on your website about your school accountability committee, though, and so I would encourage you to encourage greater involvement, that you make that a little more visible. Because, well, if I were a parent looking for that, I wouldn't see it. Also on the website, I was looking at the board minutes the application isn't signed by your board members. Maybe it is in a version we don't see posted online, so that's possible. Might want to get that signature page in, though, if you haven't. And so I didn't see where you all even discussed the renewal or as a board or agreed that you would renew your application. It's sort of nitpicky governance items, but it's good to know that the board voted to support it. And certainly you have 2 of the 3 here saying, you know, go Eastlake, we love Eastlake, we support Eastlake. So it's not that I don't believe it, but just in general, also for governance minutes, that might be something for those of us who like transparency, which I'm sure many of us do, but it's not there. So just gonna point that out.
I appreciate that.
I also noticed you only have 3 board members at all. And you've had less than 5, which is in your bylaws as the minimum, for a year and a half, because that's how far the minutes go back, so I can't even look further back. So your enthusiasm as board members, I would say take that and run with it and get several more board members, because if anything happens to one of you, then you're down to 2. 2 of you, and you have 1 person on your board, that doesn't make any sense. So as you know, we're all required to have a certain number of board members, and I would encourage you to do that. I love what you're doing as a school. I hope you are far more successful this year. I look at UIPs and I always wonder whether it's our schools or charters or any school, like why aren't we doing that already? And I know sometimes it is, and it's just resources, and everybody has a limited amount of time. So I appreciate what you're doing for all those students who need your school. But yes, governance, board members, please. Go get some fellow board members and get some support, and then hopefully you'll be even stronger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns from board members at this time? I don't see anything. Dr. Comfort, do you have anything to add? I did look at your executive report too, of your visit to school. Anything stood out to you during that visit?
No, we had a wonderful site visit. I will correct Ms. Berry a little bit. She did have some students that were like, we miss cell phones. But you know what we didn't see? Any issues with cell phones. Actually, the conversation with students It was one of the coolest things that's happened to me since I've been in the district. It really became a conversation between Mr. Kilroy and students. It was like he was the principal again, and the rest of us just kind of faded away. But you saw a group of kids that were just so connected to what was happening in their school in a really powerful way. So nothing to add. As Ms. Berry already addressed, the two concerns are related to performance and also enrollment just in terms of viability. They found a way to be viable at 100 students without requiring or requesting any additional resources from the district, and they have plans to continue to grow.
Okay. Director Nelson.
I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team for serving this community and this specific need that you are filling in Colorado Springs. And please share to all those that came and gave comment tonight our appreciation for them taking the time to come and speak and give comment in support of your school.
Okay, board, thank you. This will come as an action item at a future board meeting. If in the next several weeks before it comes as an action item, if the board has any other questions or concerns, please forward it to Superintendent Gall, and he can get the answers to the board before the board takes a vote on this as an action item. Thank you. Appreciate you guys being present out here and for your presentation, and I wish you all the best as you go forth. Thank you. Superintendent Gall, do you have anything to add on this Eastlake?
No, I'll wait until community prep's done and give some overarching comments.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is community prep high school.
Dr. Comfort, Raj.
Yeah, good evening again, board. Same process that was followed for community prep. So we're going to have Mr. Solanke come up and give his presentation, and then we'll be available for questions.
Good evening, board. Nice to see you all. I have with me also my assistant principal, Jennifer Winders, and our life coach and career development teacher, Jolene Garlow. So thank you guys for coming. Here it is. Okay. So we're community prep school. I wanted to mention that. So I've been with community prep school for this is my 5th year now at the school. And I got to serve as a teacher there from 2010 to 2015. It was really in the time at community prep school that I realized how important it is for all of us community members to be concerned about every student in a community, because that this is really creating our future. And so with that in mind, I just wanted to thank you all for what you do for shepherding the future of our community. It's really important work. This is our building, Garfield Elementary, originally built in 1886. Someone did an amazing painting of it in the past. So that's our school there. We have, I think we have the distinction of being probably in. Oh, what did I do? Where are the tech kids when you need them? Yeah, okay. So do I push this button here for?
No,
over?
the front, the forward.
Okay, I thought I was doing that, but okay, thank you. Okay. Community prep school, I think we have the distinction of being in probably the oldest building, I think, built in 1886, and also being the first charter school in town, founded in 1995. As a partnership between the district and the city of Colorado Springs. This is a picture of our latest graduate class. We have 2 graduations per year, one in normal springtime and also one in December. So this is our December graduation. We serve students in grades 9 through 12, 14 to 21. But one of those students in that picture is way beyond 21. So we serve them, we continue to serve them. And you heard the stories about how many times a student will come back to a school like this to make it. So one of the students in this picture is in that case, and we're very proud of him. We focus on re-engaging students who have really bottomed out of traditional education. I think we've often had the distinction of being kind of like the last resort school in a lot of cases, but we love this work. I want to give okay, no, okay, there we go. Okay, so that's our that is our staff, most of our staff. They weren't all there for that picture, but I want to share the mission, which is to essentially the mission comes down to individualization. We really are focusing on the specific student in front of us and what is inside them and how you turn that into plans for their life. So it becomes a very individualized environment. And our vision, of course, is that our students would have successful careers, life, and community involvement. Going back to the comment I made before about realizing at this school how important it is to be concerned about every student in the community, right? This is, I've got a couple highlights of kind of a typical student. Sorry for all the text there, I'm just gonna highlight it. But this is Michael. He was incarcerated for 3 years as a youth. He had major challenges. When he completed his sentence, he went back, finished his school, took automotive and welding courses, and then started his own business, Bernie Welding and Custom Fabrication. And he said about CPS, quote, "CPS changed my life, and the teachers there were far more responsive than any other school. My stance is that no matter your bad decisions, you can still come out on top of them. I had a very rough childhood, but I used those negative experiences to make the best of my adulthood." I love that I put in his like kind of artistic welding. He does a lot of residential, but I thought that was so cool, that piece that he did. The other picture there with the students is behind our school. So Michael was so impacted by our school that he wanted to give back. So he came back to our school and he provides welding classes now. And so that's the first cohort he had of teaching welding right in our parking lot. Another kind of typical student. This is Valeria. She was one of my students. She was graduating class of 2010, but I had her back then when I was an English teacher. And she had a lot to overcome to get her diploma. She was homeless at 15, continued to work hard, and now she works for DHS. And so she's used her experiences and her time at CPS to know how to really help people in her environment. She's in the process of buying her first home now, continually setting her sights on her next goal to support her 3 beautiful children. And she said of CPS that CPS helped me to come to terms with my situation. A few of the teachers helped me get through those tough times. CPS was an amazing support system for me. I now use what I learned about myself to be at peace with life. So those are kind of some of the typical students that we see come through our doors. Just some overview of CPS. Like I said before, we serve 9 through 12. Our enrollment has averaged around 200 students. 80% of those students are in the 11th and 12th grade, which really reflects the reality that students come to us after they've tried a lot of other programs first. One of my goals is to change that a little bit, because I think a lot of students, we get discovered that the typical school didn't work for them in middle school, so no reason to wait, come to us now. So we're getting more and more 9th and 10th graders. Currently 33%, a full third of our students are from outside the district. So we're getting students from all the other districts in town, including all the way up to Woodland Park and out to Ellicott. So we're serving students in really El Paso County. The AEC factors, since at least 2006, over 90% of our students qualify for the high-risk category as defined by the Colorado statute that defines AEC law. And as many of you know, there's 15 factors that the state looks at, and the average CPS student has at least 2 of those 15 factors used to determine AEC status. One of them that is a struggle for us because of that family engagement issue CJ mentioned at her school as well, is that when our students come in, over 81% of our students' parents or guardians report that they qualified for free and reduced lunch, but on paper, we're only 29%. So that's one of my goals, is to really get that corrected so that we could see more Title I money, for instance. the highest AEC factor next to free and reduced lunch qualification, the economic factor, is that 2/3 of our students come being deficient in credits for their age. So again, we are, largely a credit recovery model. Our performance over the last charter period, you can see it, our D11 annual percentage reviews have been exceeding or meeting standards. The meeting the last one was just due to one survey that was considered not satisfactory. We're not sure why it wasn't satisfactory, so one of the things that our charter liaison is working on is a more transparent kind of assessment of what those factors that are in the APRs. But we've done pretty well. Our Colorado School Performance Framework, we've been in performance mostly in 2022. When AECs could now be in that insufficient data category, we got into it. So we have not had a rating, and so what's one of the things we're working on is to increase engagement in our assessments, because the insufficient data reflects that we don't have 90% of our students taking the SAT or PSAT and things like that. So we're working on improving that. It has been a while since our last renewal, but I appreciate all those one-year extensions. Thank you. I came into this job in 2020 thinking we were going to be in a renewal cycle, but we had those extensions, so it's been 10 years. So I just wanted to review kind of what we were doing in our last charter cycle. In the last charter application, the schools focused on 3 key goals: a diploma that opens doors, a clear pathway to community college, and a personalized system that positively changes a student's life trajectory. The first one, the diploma opens doors, we were looking at things that are pretty common at our school that we've continued to do, like skills for successful relationships and real-world application of students' academic knowledge. In the Clear Pathway to Community College, we were really working at that time to connect with Pikes Peak, at that time Community College. And we were using the same AccuPlacer that they were using, and we also made our core curriculum in math and English the same remedial curriculum they were using. So if a student would go to Pikes Peak and not test into English and math at a college level, they would take English or math 030, 60, or 90 to prepare themselves for college, and so we use that curriculum as our core. Some things changed. My understanding of the change when I was gone from community prep is that some schools could not, or high schools couldn't use at that time AccuPlacer anymore unless they were a college prep kind of school. And then also Pikes Peak lost their ability to remediate students for that long. They only had a semester now. So we changed that focus, and moving forward, we're really focusing more on a clear pathway to wherever a student is going. So more of an individualized approach, whether it's university, community college, military, or into the workforce, trade school, things like that. And then the personalized system, it continues to be a focus for us, recognizing that slow change that it takes for our students, the relationships that are built to help them get through, community partners, connecting them with community service learning, mental health support, character development, things like that. So most of the goals that we had in 2015 are still what's on our mind. We're just individualizing that second one more. It's kind of some of the highlights of the things that we do. There's a picture of our bike shop there. We have a hands-on bike shop that students get to learn how to fix and repair bikes. We have a very developed outdoor education program, so many of our students spend a good amount of time outdoors and camping. This is a rafting trip there. Or going to a cadaver lab as part of an anatomy class, is that picture in the lower left. Or going to KKTV 11 and seeing how a news station works. or using a community partner. That one in the top right corner is Wealthy Gym right by Acacia Park that serves not students, but all kinds of people from young to adult, in helping them transition out of difficult things like incarceration and things like that. And I've also got a picture there of our menu because it's very unique. We serve free breakfast and lunch for all of our students. Our food is restaurant quality, and this was a picture of what was happening that week. It was Middle East week, so we were also getting to expose our students to diverse world cuisine. The middle picture is, again, that focus we're trying to do to individualize our community partnerships. Last year we piloted internships, so we have a goal of getting all of our students into internships from their first year with us. This was a student who graduated last year who didn't think she was college bound. And when she finally arrived, which it took her a while to arrive at this, to intern with a lawyer, she realized that she loved it after she had spent hours poring over case documents, and realizing, I think I like this. So now she's law bound. So that is our goal, is to, again, continue our partnerships with the community partners, but also make individualized connections with mentor relationships in internships and things like that. I know, CJ, you said you're probably the only one to say you're proud of your UIP. I am too. No, but it's probably got a lot too much on it this year. But what we're focused on overall is what the state we've been on the radar with the state for, which is graduation rates. Of course, we are far lower than the kind of 80% state standard of graduation rates. We're more in the 30 to 40% rate, and so. Of course, it's a difficult thing when our mandate is to work with disengaged learners, but we know that we can bring up those graduation rates, and so we've been looking at ways that that will do that. And that's the main thing I'm going to focus on this one, because many of the others, like attendance, is a goal as well, which I think is one of those sub-factors that really affect the graduation rates, obviously. But what we've arrived upon for addressing some of these difficulties is a model of education that's been around since the 90s, and it's in 12 countries and 25 states, big picture learning. You can see there at the top left, this is a school, Innovations High School in Reno, Nevada, that had half of the graduation rate we did. They had a 14% rate when they first started transitioning to big picture learning. And by year 6, they had surpassed their district to 94% graduation rate. And so we've decided to adopt this model. And we're not alone in El Paso County. So District 20, Aspen Valley, is pursuing big picture learning. Welty in District 8 in the south is already a big picture school, last 4 years. And the District 49 Patriot School is also going to big picture learning. So we're going to represent this model in central El Paso County, but it's taking off around here. And some of the things that make it so successful to get the kind of graduation rates that they're seeing is focusing mainly on learning through interest. So we have focused on that individualized approach for many years, but it seems to me that a lot of times we are building relationships with students to help them kind of get through hoops, and we don't want them to be hoops anymore. I think there's enough that we know about human development and human learning that we are interested in learning, and so if we can connect to what we are interested in life, then that learning can take place more naturally. So it's very individualized. Every student has an individual learning plan, like an IEP, but it's based around what are their interests, what are their passions, where are they going in life, and how do we actually help them have those experiences and then assess how they do based up more on competencies than content. It also focuses on school culture, so it's very focused on more of a homeroom model. So we've already started doing that, where we have a significant amount of time of our day spent with advisory, and that is where they're focusing on who am I, what do I want to do, how do I get out into the community, and how do I make my schooling related to my interests. So you can see also that 95% family engagement is pretty profound for a school that had a 14% graduation rate, but this is a consistent thing that we see in big picture learning. Families do become more engaged because they're at those individual learning plan meetings. They come to the quarterly exhibitions that students have, and so we're excited about increasing our family engagement through this model as well. So just kind of a summary, and I'm almost done, of what our goals are for the next 5 years is really to implement this big picture model, which comes down to interest-based, real-world learning experiences, including internships, personalized projects, to engage students and increase their success. Obviously improving our graduation rates through the implementation of this model, but also developing a more comprehensive MTSS system, which we haven't had so far. Enhancing workforce readiness, we moved, as I mentioned before, we were connected with AccuPlacer. We moved primarily to work keys, although we do offer other options like ASVAB and things like that, but we're really focusing on students having that workplace readiness demonstration. We're also focusing on increasing academic proficiency. We've connected with the district to use the same assessments, the SAR assessments, so that we can kind of see where a student is at a more acute level and really work with their difficulty, their specific needs. Expanding trauma-informed practices, continued staff training, establishing consistent trauma-sensitive policies. We provide a free counseling within the building. The counselors there on staff all the time, and restorative practices. Boosting attendance and engagement. We have a new position that is focused primarily on attendance and figuring out how we can increase that in disengaged students. And I already mentioned the community partnerships and where we're going with that. I wanted to leave you with kind of maybe a unique way, as we are a unique school, of showing some of the support we have. We have a lot of ways, but this was a fun one because someone posted a couple months ago in the Facebook page, the 411 for the 719, and they said, "Does anyone know what that school is on Wasatch and Willamette?" And there was just so much response. It was pretty cool. So I'm not going to read this all to you. You can take a look at it. But it was things like, my oldest graduated from there. It was a perfect alternative from traditional high school for him. I graduated from there. It was a life-changing for me. I definitely not have gotten so far in life had I not gone there. Things like that. So on and on and on. There was a lot of support for community prep school. So that is all I have for you. So do you have any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions that you have? Director Jorgensen.
You mentioned around 200 kids.
Yeah.
Very diverse age range. What is your typical graduation size each year and that you're seeing? And
It's typically about 40 students in the whole year, so that includes the 2 different graduations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. That's neat, thank you. Yeah, and beautiful building.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I love that building.
Director Art.
Thank you. So one of the things that isn't entirely clear is this is a 5-year renewal that we're talking about? Okay.
Yes.
We haven't seen the resolutions themselves yet, so it's like, I think they're both 5, but I wasn't sure. So thank you for the confirmation. So just a couple of questions. You're transitioning to the big picture learning model. So are you have you started that this year?
Last year.
Last year, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And when do you anticipate, like, that'll be in full force? Is it now, or does it take a couple of years?
It's more like a 3 more year kind of plan to really roll out what we would like to see fully in it, which would mean more of an alignment of our graduation plan. In the charter application, I added as a resource a school up in New Legacy Charter School in Aurora. They, in connection with the state, have gotten away from credits at all and have gone to competencies. Mm-hmm. So it's are we going to go that route, or are we going to at least have competencies be the basis of our credits? So, but things like that. There's a lot that needs to be shifted over the few years.
Okay, and there was part of the UIP was to do an audit of school needs, and it mentioned it would be done by the end of February. I was curious how your progress is going and if you'll be done with your sort of self-audit on that.
Was that?
The trauma-informed policies and procedures.
Thank you.
You were going to do the audit on that. I'm like, forgot that important
Yeah, we're
part,
trying to
sorry.
audit all those things for sure. But we have done, yes, we've done a good amount of auditing of what our needs are in trauma-informed practices, and definitely kind of putting some of those things in place now. But that would be ongoing as well.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, it always seems like in our UIPs, there are things that was like, why haven't we been doing that all along? And that's one of them, like considering the populations that your school and like Eastlake are working with, it seems a really good thing to have. So I'm glad you're working on that.
It's a good point. It's an ongoing thing too. So it's not like this is our first audit of what our needs are in that case.
Right. And your attendance advocate, you were hiring that person?
We do have that person in place, yeah.
And I think that was it. I was critical earlier of board governance, and I went to your website, and I appreciated the minutes that you have, that you're recruiting a seventh board member, and your school accountability committee information was on your website with some minutes. And so thank you for doing that. And that's the only questions I had. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Art. So I don't see Director Nelson.
Sorry, I just want to compliment you as well for the work you're doing, meeting this need in our community, and thank you to you and your team for stepping into this space that's hard and challenging, and you just have so much joy. And so I appreciate that. I recognize that in you as well. But you can tell this work is coming from a place that you're serving, and it's from your heart, and it just shows. You're exuding that. And so thank you.
Thank you
for coming here tonight and sharing.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go back to my previous question out there. When you talked about your average enrollment, it was 200. That's what you said. The last year's enrollment was around 160. Do you have an enrollment number for this year?
Well, our enrollment number is different than our funded number. So we're funded typically for about 80% of our enrollment. So those 200 number is more like who we have in our system. We have 160 enrolled right now, but we were only funded for 139 this year. Okay. So that is a problem that I would actually like to address with the state this year and really look at, as an AEC, we're mandated to re-engage disengaged learners, but we're not getting paid for them if they don't show up on count day, right? So it's a problem I think that we could improve with funding, but we're solvent where we are.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up question out there. What's your fiscal viability at this time, considering your enrollment numbers? Have you done a study as to what enrollment do you require so you can be fiscally viable if you are not already, but looks like you are solvent right now?
Right, we are solvent. We have the immense blessing of owning our building outright. It was given to us when we first started the charter school. So that is a big problem that's off of our plate. And we also have a good amount of reserves. So our problem this last year was spending down some of our reserves. We had too much of it. So yeah, it was a good problem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully the new model that you are talking about will help improve your graduation rate. The 30 to 40% graduation rate is not the expectations for our district portfolio of schools. So I'm just being transparent with you.
We're hoping that's,
in that
thank you.
regard. Okay. Seeing none, Dr. Comfort, back to you. Any feedback from you from your visit out there? Nothing new to add. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Superintendent Gall, any summary from you?
I appreciate both of the charter presentations, particularly the advocacy from the community on the first one that we heard during the 7 o'clock hour. We saw and felt the same thing last year when the Roosevelt community came forward. We see slides all the time, and so one set of slides is usually not much different than another set. I do think that in the coming years, I'll put an S on the end of that, I do think that we will come to the board and start asking a larger question of, as we manage our portfolio, we're at somewhere at about half a dozen schools in this alt education space across the portfolio. And yet very few of them are achieving an increase in a 5th year or a 6th year graduation rate. I think we heard 2 presentations tonight that have fiscal viability, but at a pretty thin margin. I think we all know that anytime you're getting below 200 kids at a regular level, you might be able to close the books, but are you able to provide all the services? I think the great part about the portfolio from a charter perspective that we saw last year with our partners at Globe is that when you can't close the books, you can't close the books. And so the system is responsive to those changes. But I would like to ask the board that maybe this summer, as we go into the summer, we consider perhaps some retreat ideas on maybe surveying our families and what their needs are. Because right now, I'm not really sure any one of us could say what are the differences between Eastlake, Community Prep, Bijou, Tesla, Digital, Achieve, Globe over in 49, and half a dozen others as they go through the city. And so I think a concern I have going forward is how is it that we're continually having so many kids that are available into alt ed? What's not happening at the comprehensive high school level, both traditional and or charter in our portfolio or others, that there's this much of our population now is having to reach an alternative solution to graduation. So as I'm thinking about the portfolio, that's a lot of schools in what's supposed to be alternative. So is it really alternative anymore? Or is it mainstream? And are there things to learn from our alternative schools on how they're addressing, you keep hearing this of, struggling teens or kids who need more. It's not this really tiny margin that it was before. It's an entire population set. So I think the presentations stand on their own. I think the schools have been long-term partners and deserve the right for those renewals when those come forward. But I do think as a portfolio, we should be thinking in the next couple of years, what is the right size for that and what's the right communication message on why they're there and how they serve our students. And to what end are we as culpable for the problem that, we're still dropping out 450 kids a year. So there's an error in the value proposition of if you go to school for 12 years, you're going to get a diploma and everything's going to be okay. There's an error in there that we still need to work harder to identify. Our goal is to be able to, have simpler solutions for families that sometimes I'm wondering if that end of the portfolio is not overcomplicated at this point.
Thank you. And I think Director Art mentioned about what is the renewal time and 5-year renewal. Is there other options that are available that you are aware of that we can renew? For
I can bring it as new information when we bring it for action. I don't have that on the tip of my tongue.
Perfect. Thank you. I mean, considering the information that you are presenting, maybe an option is to renew for 3 years, if that is an option, and then by the time we may have this conversation. Thank you, both of you, both schools and all of you for being present here for this discussion. It's a long evening, so thank you for, again, being here. I appreciate you. Moving on to the next action, next non-action item on the agenda is the mid-year budget mid-year budget modifications to the 24-25 adopted budget. Superintendent Gall.
Dr. Comfort.
Good evening, Board. We are here for our mid-year budget update. I did want to go through our general update first, answer any questions, and then speak specifically to the mid-year requests. Ask Mr. Schuler, our DAC Budget Subcommittee Chair, to come up and share a few words, if that's okay with the Board. Why do we have a mid-year budget? Oh, look, there's animation in this. Ms. Haranik is growing in her tech skills. Oh, I do want to start with that. I want to start with my appreciation to the Finance Office. As we've said before, there is no document they create that is brief, so you have another giant document in front of you in the mid-year budget. Obviously, we're summarized very briefly. They're timed, too, with the presentation. So why do we have a mid-year budget modification? A couple of reasons. We now know our certified pupil count. There are times when assessed valuations can change. Our per pupil revenue can adjust, which it did this year. We also know a lot more about our actual audited financial statements. When we build the budget, a variety of things that we say when we adopt the budget are projections, because we don't know all of that information yet. So in the mid-year, we know all of that information. We have some final staffing, and then we have the ability to revise some other projections. Okay. I do want to start with, as the board is aware, our overall portfolio student count was up. When we take all things into account, including charter flow-throughs, our funded pupil count was down about 593 students. And so we also did see an adjusted per pupil revenue from the state. That is related to free and reduced lunch counts in the district. This is one of two issues I'll talk with CDE about with you tonight. CDE has reached out and said that they are having some challenges with their FRL rates for school districts. So this number might creep back up, but as it is right now, it did decrease by $46 a student. And then also our AV rate did decrease. When we project and adopt our budget, our AV comes from CDE. And when we certify it, it's what we just did last month, which is information that comes from the county. Why CDE had such a large increase in our AV in a non-assessment year, we're not sure, but they were wrong. And so our number did go down. Now, what I will say is there's no risk to the district in that. What that means is if our local share goes down, remember the state does just backfill that. And so we are seeing a shift in our overall proportion to more state-funded per pupil than local share. Okay? You'll see some of those changes netted here. Thank you for... I mean, I thought the animations were cool, but I was speaking too slowly for them.
Trying to get rid of the time.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I could speed up my language as well.
Talk faster. If we can't figure it out the next.
I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm good on the back and forth clicker. It's probably making the people watching dizzy, but that's my fault. It's definitely not Melissa. Okay, yeah, no, I think we're fine. So a couple of just basic things here. You will see, obviously, the total program adjustment change of about $7.6 million, and that's because our enrollment, certified enrollment count was down. Okay? A couple of other things here, just basic numbers. You'll see our charter school allocations. I do want to call attention to that board, that capital financing, that $5 million. If you remember our audit finding from 2 years ago, this is related to GASB 96, where we have to set aside money for revenue and expenditure, even if it's not really there. It's just a number we put there to kind of cover our bases for GASB 96. So we're not actually changing an allocation by $5 million. Okay. Here we go. The mid-year budget modifications that we will talk about in a moment tonight came in just about $5.5 million. That's about half of our mid-year budget requests from last year. I'm very proud of the mid-year budget requests that we're bringing to you this year. Not only are they reduced because we are being responsible and don't have as much money to spend, but also they're very, very direct and targeted at academic achievement. You'll see a few other things there. Again, you'll see that multi-year agreements. It's that $5 million that I already shared, which is related to the GASB 96 requirement. Okay. A couple of other numbers that I want to bring some attention to. You'll see we still have a large amount in our fund balance projects. That's largely our secure entrance capital projects that are continuing. And you'll see our ERP set aside there. And you will see that when we projected our contingency or our fund balance at the beginning, about this time last year, we came in much higher than that. And so what that means is we spent less money as a system than we projected. It's always great to have more money, but it is a priority of our office to make sure that we're spending money on kids in that year and not just carrying forward as much money as possible. Okay. A couple of other things here. These are really about fund reserves. I want to call your attention to a couple of fund reserves that may look large. First is the preschool fund reserve of about $13 million. That is large. That's because it was our first year of UPK implementation last year. We were very conservative in our plan, and so we over-supplemented with the general fund. And so their fund balance was able to grow. We are now in a much more neutral position with preschool, and so they will spend that down over time until that's at a reasonable place. The other number that may look large is the food services fund balance. They were required to carry a 3-month reserve of all costs. Now that's up to 6 months. And so while that may look large, that number is actually right in line with what they are supposed to be carrying. And in fact, we got a little kudos from the state regarding that fund reserve. And then everything else there makes sense. Obviously, our capital projects fund is not typically $211 million. That is because we have $130 million in a COP. With that, questions? I don't think it'll continue to bounce. This is the last slide for me.
Thank you. Director Ott.
Can you go back one slide?
I sure can.
Maybe
it
not.
went forward.
Okay.
I lied. It did do it again.
No, all right, just whether it stays there or not. So can you just go over grants? And maybe you said this and I just had a momentary lapse. So that difference is just because?
It's a couple of things.
Okay.
Part of it is the ending of ESSER. Remember,
Right.
ESSER technically ended in September of this year. And so we were still uncertain as we were projecting at this time last year. Were we really going to spend everything down? Were we going to continue to carry forward more? We spent down more before the beginning of this fiscal year than we projected, which is great news. As well as we've continued to spend down some other grants. And so we're not in any danger. Our grants are in great shape. We will potentially, as we did last year, bring you a mid-year adjustment for grants later this semester as we continue to bring in new grants, but they're not quite certified yet, and so we weren't able to include them in the mid-year budget.
Okay, I figured so much of it was ESSER, and I appreciate your covering that.
One day we'll
for us,
get
too.
away from ESSER.
But it was
very
wonderful. Helpful.
It was
right?
very helpful. One day we will just get away from the accounting of it.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
You done, Director Ott?
Yes, I will note, I know we're going to have someone come up from Budget Subcommittee, but looking at the proposed changes, it really looks like a number of ways that we'll be supporting students, giving them more opportunities, and I appreciate, too, that there were some compensation details, but it looks like some great modifications. Thanks.
Okay. Director Nelson.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that you're putting in and having to balance that we had 600 fewer kids was not a small feat. And so you've managed to continue to support schools and keep the money closest to the classrooms and take cuts elsewhere to balance the budget. And so just nice work on that. Thank you. And wanted the public to know that.
Thank you. Well said. Are we going to hear from?
Are there any other questions? Just
I don't see
overall?
any other
Okay.
questions.
Yeah, Melissa, is it possible to bring up the mid-year requests? If not, it's okay. They're all in the documents. So again, we did go through the traditional mid-year review process. We received, I'm going to ask Mr. Schuler if you'll come up. We went through a really involved and intense budget subcommittee process. As I stated before, Mr. Schuler shares his thoughts, and then we'll absolutely ask or answer any questions from the board about the mid-year requests. Yes, if you can just go to the Excel sheet That's probably near the bottom, I apologize. Very targeted. There was one recurring item in this mid-year budget request, because again, we are very aware of our recurring budget position, and so we were not willing to bring in a variety of additional recurring requests. The only recurring request that came in was one that was negotiated last year, but it was negotiated too late for the adopted budget, so we brought it into the mid-year because that was the earliest possible. Everything else is non-recurring, and again, you'll see a very targeted, I appreciate Director Ott's comments, a very targeted mid-year budget that's focused on students and schools. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Schuler to share any thoughts he may have.
That's what you wanted, right,
Yes.
Dr. Kumar? Yeah.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Gall. Carl Schuler, Budget Subcommittee Chair for the moment. And we would just like to first express our appreciation to staff as we went through this process. We had a little glitch with some snow days in getting the original request, but then we had very productive and effective support by the subject matter experts. So we had a fairly quick conversation with them on a lot of these things because they were very straight and to the point. We appreciated their input as part of the process. Director Nelson and Dr. Comfort were with us the whole way, so I'll be very brief tonight. You have a couple of written comments from us, and in our minutes we provided comments in some cases on each of the actual mid-year budget modifications. To the extent those are of insider value to you, you can read through those. But I did want to kind of highlight a couple of things that were in our overall report, and that is that we picked up on the fact that a number of these non-recurring items were actually relatively recurring, meaning that they were repeatable from year to year, or they were things that need to come up at some point in the process. The largest item was the curriculum item for literacy, and school districts need to periodically refresh their curriculum as just part of their basic function. And so it's very difficult to do for a couple of reasons which I'll describe, and Dr. Comfort and Dr. Gale can talk about this if they want. But from a disciplinary purpose, it's probably important to try to begin to systematize some of these things in the budget process. In other words, not use the process of mid-year modifications to solely fund some of these things. And the reason it's difficult is because it ties the hands of the budget a little bit more, because you're putting more things into the base budget, although I think our view is you can always take things out. And the other thing that I think will make it a little bit difficult this time around is that we believe we're hearing direction to basically tighten up the budget process, meaning, and you just heard Dr. Gall talk about this a minute ago, try to get more resources immediately available for student support, student services, compensation, the different uses you have. When you do that, you have less ability to do mid-year modifications in years going forward because you've done a better job of using the money as efficiently as you can. The other thing that's going to be difficult from our perspective, and we're learning about this as we provide input and comments on the budget build for next year, is the headwinds are pretty strong at the state level from what we can see. So it's going to be a little challenging to balance the budget. Having said all that, we do believe that it's important to try as best you can, and it may be a phased-in approach to begin to systematize some of these non-recurring, somewhat recurring items. If you have any questions of us, we'll answer them. If not, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you.
I'd just like to comment and thank Carl on behalf of all of the folks that helped support on that subcommittee. We're on a multi-year plan to do exactly what you're asking for. That's what should be the expectation should be that we're a teaching and learning institution, so tools like curriculum should be baked in to that budget, and then they should be pulled out when not needed to then perhaps create the ability for more dollars instead of hoping, like it's kind of an oxymoron right now. I hope we don't hire all our staff so we can upgrade our literacy curriculum. Like that's not a place of sustainability where we want to be in the long run. I appreciate the work Dr. Comfort is representing, you know, on the entirety of our staff, even those that aren't educated on the finance side. All our chiefs are much more prepared for this mid-year budget this year than where we were last year. And you can see the clean nature of really what's been presented to you here today for consideration going forward is almost exclusively academic investment at mid-year. That doesn't mean that there won't be some giant change in diesel fuel or heating fuel issues or, you know, cold degree days or things like that that happen coming forward. But we are getting tighter. The numbers that are available are less. That's good, except if you're somebody who benefited off of that. I think the great part about it is we're not just changing the budget, we're educating the staff to understand the budgeting process. So we're having less and less dependency on these mid-year really inefficiencies or inequities that have existed over the course of the front end of the year. And we too see these places where we're spending regularly, we will be making back into the main budget. And you'll see that next year going forward in small increments.
Yeah, just to follow up on Superintendent Gall's commitment, we committed last year that you would see a more focused mid-year budget this year. I believe we've delivered that. We have, again, a pretty holistically academic focused budget. That's the primary goal of our district. And we've already set expectation. You may see some of those items again next year, but you will see them in very different increments. We've already set expectation with our departments of they will bring parts of that, large amounts of that, into their existing budget. It's unreasonable to expect them to do that all at once, but they know that now as they're building next year's budget. And so my commitment to the board is you will see that in next year's mid-year request.
Thank you. Director Jorgensen.
I think it's a page above this on this document, the bottom of it, the curriculum one there. So with this curriculum ending and us probably having an RFP, I would assume, for what we want to use next in the multi-year, are we asked, I mean, I can see where it says where we have a form of committee to review materials. Are we asking teachers for feedback on Wonders before we just renew that? I know there's, you know, with the adoption of the Science of Reading and the READ Act and all that, I've heard there's some gaps in the Wonders program, so I would like us to try to address that and get that teacher feedback.
Absolutely. Wonderful question. As with any renewal of curriculum, teacher feedback is part of that. Actually, we're piloting some other literacy programs right now, specifically because we heard feedback from teachers about gaps in Wonders.
Okay.
And so we will see who submits for the RFP, but it will be heavily driven by feedback, especially from teachers. And we now have a semester of feedback on some specific programs about what they're actually seeing in classrooms, and not just what vendors tell us.
Okay, that's wonderful news. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate all the budget modifications. A lot of things, as I mentioned to Mr. Gall from Liz Tenkate and curriculum instruction. So putting that money back into our classrooms with additional funding and opportunities that will only value add to their educational journey. So I like it.
Director Bankus.
The question I have is on the $450,000 for dyslexia support. Is that for specific training, to send teachers to training? What is that?
Yep, so it's a few things. We had a little bit of budget gap in terms of continuing our dyslexia program for the remainder of this year. You've probably heard public speak to that, and we want to make sure it continues. So it's about ensuring that we're able to fully realize our program for the year, as well as part of the move to dyslexia specialists and staff in schools created a little bit of gap in our READ Act funding, which we typically use for READ Act tutoring. And so a large portion of this will actually go to backfill that tutoring to ensure that for second semester, our schools are able to provide the tutoring that they're used to in terms of READ Act students.
So if schools need those tutoring funds, Dr. Comfort, would they have to reach out to somebody in the district, or is it being allocated to schools?
Yep, if and when the board approves the mid-year budget, we've already communicated when we plan to see that hit budgets, and Ms. Feldman is prepared to communicate that with schools.
Okay. Director Ott.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to the dyslexia conversation, do we, I don't think we do, but I'm going to ask to be sure, do we test all of our students for dyslexia at this point? Okay.
We do not.
So how does a school know that they will need dyslexia training for, or I'm sorry, tutoring for a student if they don't know they have dyslexia? Do they just say, this kid can't read yet? Let's get them into this program?
Sure. So a couple of tiers. So our dyslexia specialists provide dyslexia-specific tutoring, but this money also goes to READ-ACT, which supports literacy intervention of students who don't necessarily qualify only for dyslexia. And so it's kind of that continuity of students at all ranges and needs we're now meeting. Now, there's still an ever-increasing need. I think the argument here would be there's actually more dyslexia need than what we're currently able to support. That's what I hear in my office all the time as we're thinking about staffing for next year. So definitely a gap that we're focused on closing, but this money specifically will be able to help students who are receiving dyslexia-specific tutoring, but also students who are receiving tutoring from traditional reading tutors or anything like that, as long as it's focused on reading intervention.
Okay. I have heard the criticism that if we tested every student for dyslexia, we wouldn't be able to meet every child's needs. And that's a good reason to not test them, which I think is a terrible reason to not test students. And I think perhaps someday in the future, we could, as a district, consider testing every child. We test everybody for giftedness, in theory, right? So if we were testing for dyslexic aspects of their abilities, it seems like even if we find just a few more students to help, that would be beneficial. So, although we might need more than that amount of money. So.
Yeah.
But we're all about academic achievement and excellence, and that's one way to get there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, Dr. Nelson.
I'll just respond to Director Ott's question. I think it is a little bit where they see that a child is behind in reading, and dyslexia supports or methodologies are known to help all students. So even if a child isn't technically identified as dyslexic, those programs and methodologies can help improve their efforts as well.
I'll just exclamation point that the district is committed to strong dyslexia programming. We provided a very thorough update last year to the board of both our target and clinic sites and the advancement of counts in our buildings to support that, as well as the incentivization of continuation credits on ideas like dyslexia for teachers that may or may not even be a part of those formal programs, such that as many teachers as possible who are interested in gaining that access to training could be softly providing that level of review even without a formal review, which in itself would then help solve some of those unidentified problems. Hence the mid-year budget request to continue that program and assuage any fears in the system. We've gone through those tutoring dollars pretty quickly.
Thank you. My feedback, overall feedback, when I look at this mid-year budget modification request, the tight alignment to curriculum and instruction and serving students closest to the classrooms. When I look at a lot of these requests, it's about we are going to fund the travel abroad program again this summer, and funding for the VAPA program, or field trips for students and to go to Starbase. All of this is aligned with providing supports and opportunities and pathways for our students. So appreciate that. The one thing that I see here for the financial services is that 14 and 25-year increment that is being addressed coming out of negotiations, so teachers are getting that support. Just want to point out that it was a point of negotiations last year. There was some, I remember there was some concern about it in the last minute, something about it didn't add up the figures or whatever it is, but it has all been figured out. I just want our community and the teachers to know that the board is providing this funding on a recurring basis, it looks like, for the 14 and 25-year increments.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, this will come as an action item at a future, again, special meeting or a board meeting. If the board has any additional questions on the mid-year budget, please reach out to Superintendent Gall and Dr. Comfort and copy the rest of the board so we are also aware of the questions and answers that are provided. That is the end of non-action items today. Future agenda item request. Request for future agenda items, board. Director Nelson.
I was just thinking about the ESSER spending and that it would be beneficial to have an overview at some point by the end of this school year for us and the public to see just kind of more high-level pie charts, how we spent that money, and then in the future, if we go for a bond or something of that nature and people say, what about all that ESSER money? We can point back to, this is how we spent it. And we did steward those dollars well. And so we'd just like to put that on the radar for by the end of the school year to have an overview.
Of ESSER money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All those ESSER dollars, how did we use them? And like I said, it could be like capital, summer bridge, all the buckets sort of thing.
Yeah. All the ESSER money has been spent. The deadlines have expired. Right, so you guys are...
We're at grant closure. There's some hangover things that you saw in the mid-year budget. The district is happy to provide, but I would commit not until after we pass the budget build, especially with the shift to SBB this year. We've got a pretty heavy lift in this year's budget build, so if the board is willing to wait until after we pass the budget, a work session or so after that as we round out the end of the year, we'd be able to provide that.
Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking more towards the end of year. I know there's a lot going on in that department.
Let me make sure that the rest of the board are on board with this thumbs up on this request. Okay, I've got 4. Yeah, I see it. Are you good, Director Nelson?
And I did ask Dr. Comfort before I. Yeah, I'm good with that. I had one more. And you might actually get to this in calendar review, but just thinking about the work that we did at the beginning of the year at a retreat and our on-ramp document that Ms. Ottmer put together, if we could come back and evaluate that and maybe put some timing to some of those things that are still remaining and what we want to accomplish in just even like the next 6 months or year. Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll discuss that at the agenda setting meeting with Ms. Ottmer and figure out a timetable and provide that to the board.
Okay, thank you.
It can possibly come as an email to the board if the board is good with it. What you're asking for is a timetable as to when things on that.
Yeah, if that's already been determined, but I didn't know, or if it's that we need to come back together and say, what are our priorities? Like, here's 10 things. Okay, board, now pick 5 that you actually want to accomplish in the next 6 months.
Okay.
And I just don't really remember where we left that work and
I think
that
we
onboarding.
If I remember right, and Ms. Ottmer can correct me if I'm wrong, we settled on some priorities for the second semester as well, and we just have to figure out when those documents would come in front of the board, that discussion.
The next piece that we owe you from that is the PD plan update, which will be coming to a work session soon in the next couple weeks. But you're right that in the second semester, we took 3 topics and we just said they'll come sometime in the second semester, but we didn't outline exactly when. And I think there could be more discussion on, are those the priorities currently?
Yeah.
Or do we want to realign? Because there's quite a list and we might not get to all of them. So it might be a good topic for a work session to revisit, just look at those, make sure they're aligned to what you want the administration to deliver in what timeline.
Yeah,
We can bring that forward.
that makes sense. I mean, halfway through the year, we might have shifted a little on where each of us is wanting to focus.
So work session agenda topic on that, is that what?
Yeah,
comes
we
to the-
can do that.
Okay,
Or a retreat.
yeah, we will figure out timelines.
Sounds good.
It is always a challenge figuring out everything to fit in a board agenda meeting and also additional meetings that the board is taking on at this time. Director Art?
Thank you. Do you want to get a thumbs up on that, just for posterity?
Oh,
on revisiting priorities?
The Rams, right? Okay, great.
All right. I figured it was a total go, but just to make sure we were on track. So more on finance. Talking about the budget tonight reminded me of a month or 2 ago, I was asking about the energy audit, and that was mentioned in the monthly report, the Mars report that we got, with a link to a presentation. On one of the slides was about a possible cost recovery and reinvestment program. And the slide said that there are savings to be had, but with pursuing the changes in the energy audit. But I didn't feel like it gave us as much detail as we could have had about the potential savings to us and the full partnership that was mentioned. So I wondered if we could go ahead and pursue that conversation. And it mentioned we would have to have that as a future agenda item, and of course we would. So I wondered if there would be interest with the board about that, to find out more about what the savings entails through energy changes and addressing the differences we can make here in the district.
Okay. Is there anything you want to add to that request?
I provided the update in Mars. I felt that was sufficient for the time. If the board wants more information, we stand by to support that.
Okay.
So
Right, can I just clarify then?
Yeah.
I would like, I believe, to go ahead and pursue that partnership and make changes. I know that in it said that there was the Clean Lighting Act and that the district will address that regardless, which is good since that's the law now. But I think that given the savings that are out there, I think we should explore it. So I'd like to further that conversation in more detail.
Yeah. The request that Director Art made, board feedback on it, thumbs up on it. I just need to know if, okay, I have the necessary
Thank you to all of
thumbs
you.
up. Okay. We'll certainly have that discussion. Everything comes with a cost, so I don't know where the budget is at this point in time. That would be the only thing. But looking at the calendar review, we do have January 15th, a work session and a special meeting. Let me look up here and see. I don't remember off the top of my head what are the items on the work session agenda, but CSST is coming up. We talked about that already, the employee handbook, more information on that engagement. Possibly the mid-year budget will come in the special meeting for board approval. And other items we will find out about. January 22nd, we have a work session, and January 29th is set aside right now for policy discussion with some of the policies that we left in the fall and said that we needed some community engagement time before we revisit those policies. You got something else?
Yes, while we've been sitting here, we received an email. January 28th is the next Palmer High School Master Plan renovation update. It's 6 to 7:30 at the Palmer High School Library. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, that's the calendar review. Seeing no further business, if there are no objections, the meeting will adjourn at 9:13 p.m.